Chapter 99. It was the end of August and the beginning of September. The campus was very lively. Parents of new students were everywhere. They were taking pictures of many iconic buildings in Tsinghua University. When Zhang Tan went out for a walk, he saw some parents who were smiling and saying goodbye to their children at the entrance of the dormitory. They were about to leave to catch the train home, but they started to cry after walking a short distance. Some of the aunties cried so much that their makeup was ruined. Zhao Pa said that many parents did not send their children to school because they were afraid that they would miss them. Although those parents did not come, they would also cry for a long time in their hometown after sending their children to the train. Zhang Tan did not understand. At least, he had not experienced it himself. When he was in university, he went to school with a few bad friends. The school was not far from where he lived. Moreover, he had a cold relationship with his parents. He did not feel that way at all. As a father, he did not understand the reluctance to part with his children when they grew up. It was a strange feeling. On the Zhao family side, Zhao Yuan was brought by Zhao Ma to the junior high school with a few other parents. They did not have to look at the class list like the other students because they already knew which class they were in and which class they were in. With the help of a few special parents, the children in the courtyard were all in the same class. They were afraid that they would be bullied there. The children in the junior high school were immature and impulsive. No one knew if there would be a fight, so it was better for them to stick together. Moreover, if there were any problems, the parents would know in advance so that they could ride home with each other. Zhao Yuan and the others were very happy about this. At noon, they stayed at school for lunch. Zhao Ma was busy at school. Now that she had to take care of Zhao Yuan, she did not go home at noon. She took the other children to eat in the staff cafeteria. Compared to the student cafeteria, the food in the staff cafeteria was slightly better. As little Pomelo had skipped a grade, she was in the 4th grade when school started. She knew some of her classmates, such as Ulisha and Xia Xian, who lived in the West District's family compound. One of them was the vice class monitor, while the other was the study committee member. They were considered as the big sisters in the class. Since they were familiar with little Pomelo, Father Zhao was not worried that little Pomelo would be bullied because of her young age. At noon, the after-school music started playing in affiliated primary school. Zhao Wei stood at the entrance of the affiliated primary school and looked at the children running out. He was looking for little Pomelo. Every day at noon, he would come over and wait for little Pomelo to go to his restaurant for lunch. Zhao Wei's small restaurant had just opened. Although its location was not as good as other restaurants, there were a lot of people when school started, and there were many returning customers. During this period of time, business had been good, and they had hired a fellow villager to help out. When he was free, Zhao Wei would also go over to help out, but he was always rejected by his mother, who did not want him to be tainted by smoke and smoke. Originally, Zhao Pa and little Pomelo wanted to eat in the cafeteria, but Zhao Wei's parents asked them to eat in a restaurant. After school, there would be a lot of people and the cafeteria would be crowded. Besides, home-cooked food was always more comfortable. Zhao Pa wanted to pay, but Zhao Wei's parents refused. In the end, under Zhao Pa's persuasion, they only accepted a small amount. Every time Zhao Pa and little Pomelo went to the cafeteria, the portions of the food were big, and the oil used was also of good quality. Zhao Pa was also busy during this period of time, and he did not have much time. Therefore, the task of picking up little Pomelo fell on Zhao Wei's shoulders. Little Pomelo originally said that she could go by herself. She knew the way and she was already in the 4th grade. There was no need for an adult to follow her. However, Zhao Pa was not at ease, especially now that there were so many people at the school. There were people who stole wallets, phones, bicycles, and so on. Who could be sure that there were no kidnappers? Zhao Wei was not as gloomy as before. He was more relaxed now, and his Mandarin was more standard and natural. The surrounding dialects made him feel more relaxed. After all, the school was much simpler than the society. Sometimes, people who knew little Pomelo would talk to him, and Zhao Wei would reply with a smile. While waiting, Zhao Wei noticed movement on the wall next to him. He did not need to look to know that it was the Zhao family's precious black cat. When Zhao Wei came to pick up little Pomelo on the first day, Zhang Tan had too much fun outside, so he arrived a little late. After Jiao Wei picked up little Pomelo, he was ready to take her to his shop. However, little Pomelo did not want to leave. She kicked the pebbles on the ground with the tip of her foot and waited at the school gate, looking around from time to time. After asking, Jiao Wei found out that little Pomelo was waiting for her black cat. She would not leave until it arrived. Jiao Wei raised his head and looked at the black cat standing on the wall. During this period of time, he had gradually gotten used to the cat's behavior. He also understood why the Jiao family treasured it so much. Jiao Yuan had told him about the cat's glorious deeds. It was hard to imagine that it was a cat that had done all those deeds. However, the Jiao family seemed to treat it like another child. Jiao Wei could not understand this. No matter how smart and considerate it was, wasn't it still a cat? Zhang Tan could spot little Pomelo among the children at a glance. When he saw little Pomelo, he jumped down from the wall and waited for her to come out before going to Jiao Wei's restaurant to get some food. Jiao Wei's restaurant had a simple shed upstairs. It was built by the original owner and was used to store goods. Now, Jiao Wei's parents had a small room for them to rest and take a nap when there were no customers. There was also a folding square table similar to the one in Jiao Yuan's room. Jiao Pa and little Pomelo usually ate there. Although it was a little hot, the temperature in September was not as hot as it was in July and August. It was fine to plug in an electric fan with a wire. Jiao Wei's family had gotten used to the way the Jiao Pa treated Zhang Tan. Therefore, when they gave the cat food, they treated it the same way they treated humans. Jiao Ma bought a bowl for Zhang Tan and put it there. Today, the Jiao Pa was not free at noon. Xian and the others had already brought lunch for him, so he did not come over to eat. After little Pomelo finished her lunch, Jiao Wei drove her home. At noon, he would stay with the Jiao family for a nap. Then he would go to class in the afternoon and drive little Pomelo to school. When he went back, he brought a takeout. It was the lunch that Chu Xiangyang had ordered. Just as he walked a few steps into the courtyard, a private car drove in. Jiao Wei looked at it and saw 4 laps. Rich people. Unexpectedly, the car stopped next to them. The car window opened, and a familiar face appeared in front of Zhang Tan. Pomelo, black charcoal. Little Pomelo looked at the man and grinned. She had a good impression of Fang Xiaokong. She knew that this man was the one who had brought black charcoal home. Therefore, every time she saw Fang Xiaokong, she would smile. Zhang Tan was still the same. He did not react when he saw the man. Who is this? Fang Xiaokong looked at Jiao Wei. After Jiao Wei introduced himself, Fang Xiaokong said, "That's good. Help me move the things later." After Fang Xiaokong parked the car, Zhang Tan went over to see what Fang Xiaokong was carrying. After getting out of the car, Fang Xiaokong lifted little Pomelo up and hugged her. He had a little daughter himself and he liked to do this. Little Pomelo did not reject this. After hugging little Pomelo, Fang Xiaokong lifted Zhang Tan, who was about to jump into the car to see what was going on. Zhang Tan stepped on his face. Fang Xiaokong did not mind. He smiled and put Zhang Tan down. "You seem to be heavier." Jiao Wei, who was standing next to them, twitched his face. Of course, this cat was a glutton. How could it not be heavy? It ate a big bowl of food every meal. Fang Xiaokong did not say anything else. He opened the car door. There were 2 big cardboard boxes in the back seat. Zhang Zian could not tell what they were. "These are?" Jiao Wei asked. Fang Xiaokong said proudly, "Cat tree." Jiao Wei was speechless. Little Pomelo helped carry Chu Xiangyang's lunch. Jiao Wei and Fang Xiaokong each carried a cardboard box. Jiao Wei did not know what to say. Cat tree. Cats again. 2 big cardboard boxes. They were quite heavy. They carried the boxes to the 5th floor. After resting for a while, Chu Xiangyang came back with his lunch. He ate and studied the contents of the boxes. Although little Pomelo wanted to see how the cat tree was installed, Fang Xiaokong would not start work during the afternoon nap. He had to wait until after the afternoon nap. Fang Xiaokong wandered to the balcony and called Jiao Pa. "Hello, Mr. Jiao. This is Fang Xiaokong." Jiao Pa answered the phone in a hurry. He did not see the caller ID. When he heard Fang Xiaokong, he did not react immediately. He paused for a few seconds and said, "Oh, Mr. Fong. Hello. I'm at your house now. I've made a cat tree and I'm going to install it in the afternoon. Let me tell you first. There was no one in the Jiao family's house in the afternoon. So Fong Xiaokong had to tell the owner that he was going to install a cat tree. Jiao Pa did not object. He was looking forward to Fong Xiaokong's work. Jiao Wei, who was sitting in the living room, was speechless at this seemingly rich man. Here was another man who treated cats better than people. He looked at the black cat lying on the edge of the cardboard box. Why couldn't he understand these people? After the afternoon nap, Jiao Wei left to go to class. He also sent little Pomelo to school. Before leaving, little Pomelo looked at the cardboard box in the middle of the living room. Zhang Tan stayed at home and watched Fong Xiaokong assemble the cat tree. Zhang Tan had seen a cat tree in Xiaoguo's house, so he had a general idea of what it was. However, looking at Fong Xiaokong's cat tree, it was slightly different from what he had imagined. Although there were some parts that he did not understand, there were some similarities. For example, the shelf installed in the corner of little Pomelo's room was made of pillars wrapped with hemp rope, pallets, and some planks. The difference was that there were also some things fixed on the wall. Zhang Tan could use the small planks that protruded out of the wall to walk to the newly installed tunnel near the ceiling. From this tunnel, he could walk to the window on little Pomelo's door. When the window was open, he could jump out directly. When the window was closed, he could look into the living room. The shelf was independent. If he felt that it was not suitable to put it here, he could move it to another place in the house. The flannelette on the shelf could be changed and washed, so there was no need to worry about the bacteria growing if it was too dirty. Except for the walkway near the ceiling and the steps on the wall, most of the other connecting pillars were easy to disassemble and were nail-free. Even without nails, the entire shelf was stable and could be manually disassembled without tools. The space in the Jiao family was too small. Fong Xiaokong could not create the ideal effect, so he could only make do with it. He also wanted to install some in the living room, but after all, it was not his own home, and the space here was too small. After thinking about it, Fong Xiaokong gave up. He would leave the rest of the materials for when the Jiao family wanted to install it. Regardless of make do or not, the Jiao family was quite satisfied with the cat tree. Little Pomelo also liked it very much. Anyway, there were not many things in her room, so it was not a big deal to put a cat tree. Moreover, the remaining space was reasonably used during the assembly, so it looked similar to the previous one. It had to be said that Fong Xiaokong did put a lot of thought into this cat tree. However, on the night that the cat tree was assembled, Zhang Tan still got into little Pomelo's bed. Chapter 100. Fong Xiaokong was also a busy man. After the Jiao family finished installing the cat tree, Zhang Tan didn't see him again. The next day, Fong Xiaokong took the time to call and ask about the use of the car. Father Jiao only said, "It's pretty good. Charcoal often stays on it during the day when he's at home." Jiao family knew that their cat only slept on the bed and sofa at night. Although he didn't sleep in the cat nest installed on the cat tree at night, Zhang Tan would jump on the cat tree when he was bored during the day. He always felt uncomfortable if he didn't move. In the past, it was inconvenient because of the small space at home. Now that there was a cat tree, he tried his best to move it. Anyway, Fong Xiaokong paid for it, so he didn't feel bad even if it broke. Today, when school was about to end, Zhang Tan walked to little Pomelo's school. Strangely, he didn't see Jiao Wei when he arrived today. A few days ago, Jiao Wei would be waiting for Zhang Tan here before Jiao Wei arrived. Today was the first time. Did something happen? No. To be honest, the end of school in affiliated elementary school was actually a little earlier than the end of classes for college students. At first, Zhang Tan saw Jiao Wei come early, so he thought that Jiao Wei didn't have classes in the morning. However, it seemed that Jiao Wei was always like this except for today. Zhang Tan lowered his head and pondered. It seemed that he had forgotten something. When the music of the end of class sounded, hurried footsteps approached. Phew, I made it. Zhang Tan looked sideways. Jiao Wei was wearing a military training uniform. He stood there panting with his hands on his waist. He had just run over, and his face was covered in sweat. Military training. So that's what it was about. Zhang Tan had almost forgotten about it. The freshmen of Tsinghua University started school a little later. They only started to register when the second and third year classes started. The military training would also be delayed for a period of time. Whether it was EXIN or Suchu, they did not have any military training when they started school. Zhang Tan had forgotten about it. Now that he remembered, new graduate students did not have military training, but undergraduate students did. The military training had not even started. What kind of class was Jiao Wei attending? That night, when Jiao Pa told Zhang Tan about it, he found out that freshman classes hadn't started yet. On the other hand, Jiao Wei had been skipping second-year classes. Anyway, once they entered the classroom, the teachers wouldn't know everyone, so they wouldn't check. At the same time, they weren't very unwilling to let those who came to join them. Some teachers especially liked those who came to join them. In Jiao Wei's opinion, Tsinghua University was a good school. Many of the teachers were famous professors. However, it was a huge loss for him to join their classes. Furthermore, it was free to join their classes. Jiao Wei felt that he was taking advantage of them. That was why he was very active. If he didn't have any textbooks, he would borrow them from the library. Many of the freshmen had not completed their application, so Jiao Pa lent him his library card. The books that he was using previously were all borrowed from the library. At noon, when they went to Jiao Wei's restaurant for lunch, they saw some students in military training uniforms everywhere in the small food stores near the school gate. Now, when people saw those in military training uniforms, they knew that they were freshmen. Jiao Wei's parents were heartbroken. However, they were happy to see their son wearing the military training uniform. They said that they would borrow someone's camera to take a few photos as a souvenir. Jiao Wei's father also asked Jiao Wei about the location of the military training. He said that he would go and take a look when he was free. The military training lasted from morning to night. It would last until the holidays. There was plenty of time. Military training, Zhang Tan looked at the sun above his head. The temperature had been rising recently. Hence, that afternoon, after little Pomelo finished her afternoon nap, Zhang Tan and Jiao Wei sent little Pomelo to the affiliated to Renmin University of China. Then, Jiao Wei rushed to the military training grounds with a sports cup full of water in his hand. When Jiao Wei ran to the training grounds, he didn't notice that there was a cat following behind him. However, Zhang Tan was running in the bushes and not on the sidewalk. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't notice him. The military training grounds were divided according to the faculties: science, engineering, humanities, social sciences, medicine, etc. They were all in different areas. Anyway, Tsinghua University was big enough. There were a few sports grounds. There was also a phenomenon. For example, the humanities and foreign languages faculties in the humanities and social sciences faculties in the economics and management faculties in the social sciences faculties had a lot of girls. Hence, every time there was military training, there would be a circle of wolves surrounding the training grounds. The opposite was true for the engineering faculties. More than 70% of the students were guys. The remaining 30% were mostly girls. What the F***ck? This was the common thought of all the guys in the engineering faculties. Jiao Wei and the rest of the engineering faculties were assigned to one of the sports grounds. This was only one of the secondary sports grounds in the school. The surrounding facilities were relatively simple. They were divided into groups according to their faculties and trained on the track next to the football field. The red plastic track outside the football field was filled with groups of camouflage uniforms. The training hadn't officially started yet, so the students were all gathered together and talking. Zhang Tan saw Jiao Wei walk towards one of the groups of people and start talking to the people there. It was 2 in the afternoon. The sun was scorching. The high temperature of more than 30 degrees made the freshmen a little listless. Beside the plastic track was a grandstand. There were some trees behind the steps of the grandstand. Although they weren't tall, it was still a little shady on the steps. Zhang Tan squatted on one of the trees and watched Jiao Wei and the rest being reprimanded by the instructors. In fact, many of the instructors in the university's military training were about the same age as the freshmen. Some might even be younger. However, they were instructors after all. If they told you to stand in formation, you had to stand in formation. If they told you to stand in formation, you had to stand in formation obediently. Zheng Tan enjoyed watching from the tree. He stayed in the shade and there was wind blowing from time to time. It was quite comfortable. However, the people in the military training couldn't take it. Some of them even got heatstroke and had to be helped to the side to rest. However, compared to the people in the humanities department, there were more men here. Their physical fitness was slightly better. If they got heatstroke easily, they would be called sissy or delicate. Therefore, they had to hold it in. Even if it was uncomfortable, they had to endure it. Even if there weren't many girls here, there were still some. They didn't want to give others a bad impression before school officially started. Zhao Wei hadn't noticed Zheng Tan at first. It was only during the break that he saw him. He looked up and saw a familiar-looking black cat lying on a tree not far away. Everyone just thought it was interesting for a moment. After that, they didn't take it to heart. Who hadn't seen a cat before? There was nothing to be surprised about. However, Zhao Wei was different. He had a feeling that the black cat was up to something. The next day, Zhao Wei's premonition came true. The 4 cats squatted side by side on the top step. There was shade there and they could look down on the students in the military training. Zhao Wei's eyelids twitched. The 4 cats that he often saw in the courtyard were all here. They were indeed working together. However, because there were instructors watching from the side, Zhao Wei couldn't keep staring at them. When they were standing in military posture, they couldn't look sideways. Otherwise, they would be punished. The beginning of the military training was basically standing in military posture and marching. Compared to the later stages, it was easier. It was just that standing in military posture was a little uncomfortable. One stand could last for more than 15 minutes, and they couldn't wipe their sweat off. Tepang seemed to especially like watching this. It didn't look as lazy as it usually did when it was watching the people in training. Sheriff didn't care. It did whatever the other 3 cats did. As for Huang, it had its eyes on a little doll hanging on the string of a water cup. The students in the military training, including their instructors, all placed the cups neatly on the steps. Some of them even wrote their names on them, afraid that someone would take the wrong one. The 4 cats were squatting side by side. Huang had been staring at the cup. Finally, it couldn't help but take 2 tentative steps forward. Seeing that no one came to stop it, it gathered its courage and moved forward. Then it bent its claws and played with the CS doll on the string of the cup. The good thing was that the cup was filled with water, so it wouldn't fall over after being played with twice. 1 paw wasn't enough. It started to play with the CS doll with both front paws. Sheriff saw that it was having fun and went over to join in the fun. Sometimes cats were like that. They wanted to play with everything they saw. If they couldn't move it, they would go up and rub it, moving everything that could move. Finally, the cup with the CS doll fell over. Keep your knees straight, hang your hands naturally, and stick close to the seam of your pants. On the other side, the little instructor looked at the students who were standing in the military posture and told them what to pay attention to. At the same time, he would randomly choose some students and walk behind them to kick their knees or push the arms of the students that were stuck to the seam of their pants. He wanted to see if they were following the instructions or just doing some superficial work. Instructor, a student in the square formation said with a sad face, "My cup?" When standing in the military posture, don't move casually, don't talk casually, and don't look sideways, the instructor said seriously. Instructor, another person whispered. Before you speak, you have to call for a report. If you want to move or talk, you have to call for a report first. The instructor still looked serious. Report. Instructor, your cup was pushed over. The instructor was speechless. Looking at the place where the cup was placed, the little instructor saw his cup rolling down the steps. The steps of the viewing platform were higher than normal steps, so every time the cup rolled down a step, it made a dong sound. As for the culprit, the cat that looked like a black police officer was raising one of its front paws, tilting its head, and looking at the cup that was rolling away. Then its gaze landed on a cup next to it. The mouth of the cup was retracted, and the lid was sharp. It looked quite special. Then, it stretched out its paw and pushed the sharp lid. Dong, gurgle gurgle gurgle. Another cup rolled down the steps. There was one more person in the square formation with a constipated face. Zhang Tan turned his head. This has nothing to do with me. No matter what, the four cats were quite happy to see the military training of the students. During the day, Zhang Tan watched them bask in the sun until they were about to collapse. At night, he watched them feed mosquitoes, and when they stood in the military posture, they couldn't even scratch the mosquitoes that bit them. They didn't always stare at the same square formation. Sometimes they would watch a square formation in the morning, change to another one in the afternoon, and change to another one at night. Chapter 101. At night, although there was no moonlight and only a few stars could be seen, the military training area was lit up and the surroundings of the field were illuminated clearly. Rest here for 5 minutes. As soon as the instructor finished speaking, the group of people who were standing there in a military posture sat down on the ground like soft mud. Pa! The sound of a mosquito being swatted could be heard. Oh my God and Buddha! A student in the same dormitory as Jiao Wei looked at the blood and mosquito corpses on his hands and shouted, "Do you think it was easy for me to produce so little blood? Why did it not let go of such a small amount of blood?" "Don't be disrespectful to Buddha," another roommate of Jiao Wei said. "Buddha is merciful. Just treat it as if I was farting." "You were farting just now. Don't think that I don't know just because you shouted so loudly. Do you want to be Buddha?" Jiao Wei asked his roommate with a smile. "No, Buddha is so tiring. I have to deliver all living beings from suffering. I just want to graduate successfully, find a job, find a wife, have a child, and live an ordinary and long life." The roommate was silent for a while and said, "I don't want to participate in such a high-end topic. Hey, didn't you say that taking vitamin B1 can prevent mosquito bites? Why did I still get bitten after taking it?" "It varies from person to person. It's better to go back and sprinkle some toilet water." At night, the military training area was filled with toilet water, essential balm, mosquito bites, and other anti-mosquito scents. However, the mosquitoes that grew in Tsinghua University were always fearless. At 9:30 p.m., the day's military training ended. Jiao Wei did not go back to the dormitory with his roommates. Instead, he walked towards the school gate. Every night, he would go to his small restaurant to take a look and help tidy up some things. He would only go back when the restaurant was closed. When he went back to the dormitory, he would also bring some supper for his roommates. Today, when Jiao Wei arrived at his small restaurant, although there was still some distance, he could see some people sitting inside. Usually, there would be no one around at this time. What was going on today? By the time Jiao Wei arrived at the entrance of the small restaurant, the people inside were already walking out. Among these people, the leader had a cigarette in his mouth. His hair was dyed yellow, and he looked a little sloppy. Jiao Wei's heart skipped a beat. He stopped paying attention to those people and rushed into the store. Seeing that his parents were fine, he heaved a sigh of relief. "What's wrong?" Jiao Wei asked. "Are those people here to pick a fight?" Jiao Wei had heard people say that some shop owners would hire people to cause trouble for other shops when they saw that business was doing well. That was why they were so anxious. "It's okay, don't worry." Jiao Wei's father waved his hand. No matter how much Jiao Wei asked, his parents refused to tell him anything. The next day, he had to talk to the person he had hired to help him out. Yesterday evening, after the rush hour, the number of people who came to the restaurant gradually decreased. Then, a few people who didn't seem to be easy to deal with came in and said that they wanted to pay the sanitary fee. However, Jiao Wei's family had already paid the sanitary fee, and there was a receipt. Obviously, in that case, the sanitary fee had a different meaning. Whether it was sanitary fee or management fee, and so on, in some cases, it meant protection fee. When he was in a small town, Jiao Wei's family's shop was a little more formal, but they had also paid this kind of fee. It was just that Jiao Wei didn't know about it. Therefore, after Jiao Wei figured out the reason, he was very angry. When he went to find his parents, he told them that he would call the police if things didn't work out. Jiao Wei's father, on the other hand, was relatively calm. He even laughed and joked a little. Then, he told Jiao Wei about the stakes involved. In fact, the people who did business in the surrounding area whether it was small shops, street stalls, or students who set up night markets, had all encountered this kind of situation. He asked the surrounding shops to see how much they had paid. When he found out that his shop had paid a little more, he wasn't too angry. After all, his family was new here, and they were foreigners. It didn't matter if they didn't have a foundation. After talking, they paid a month's worth of fees. When Jiao Wei's parents were preparing to open a shop here, they were actually mentally prepared. They just didn't expect it to come so soon. The couple used to be honest people, but in the first 2 years of starting a business, they had some experience. Now, since Jiao Wei had already exposed this layer of paper, the couple shared some of their experiences with Jiao Wei. Originally, the couple thought that their child's job in the future would definitely be like those high-class white-collar workers on TV. He wouldn't have to face those who would cause trouble and collect protection fees. However, no matter what position it was, there were hidden rules. If you were strong, it would be fine. If you were just an ordinary person, it would be better to follow the rules. After listening to his parents' experiences, Jiao Wei didn't feel good. He wasn't stupid, and he knew that this was the truth. However, he was still a young man after all. After all, he was still hot-blooded. In the past, before he settled down to focus on his studies, he had also gotten into fights, quarreled with teachers, and flipped tables. Jiao Wei wasn't sure if he would fight with those people if he saw them again. After lunch in the afternoon, Jiao Wei sat at the entrance of the small restaurant and helped peel potatoes. The shop was full of people, so he didn't sit inside. It was more ventilated outside. Although his parents stopped him from doing it, Jiao Wei was stubborn. He wasn't afraid of being laughed at. What's wrong with helping his family peel potatoes? Who said that university students couldn't peel potatoes? It wasn't like he did anything shameful. As he was peeling, the owner of the shop next door came over. The shop next door mainly sold noodle food. It was owned by a young couple. During this period, the two families had become more familiar with each other. The owner of the shop next door also knew Jiao Wei. "I heard that someone came to your shop last night," the owner said. Yesterday, the noodle shop next door had something to do, so it was only open for half a day in the morning. The owner had heard about Jiao Wei's shop from the people around him. "Yes," Jiao Wei responded. He didn't want to talk about this topic. The strength of his hands peeling the potatoes increased. The boss smiled. "Don't be upset. Actually, everyone is the same. My family was the same. At that time, I had just graduated and didn't know the rules here. I even wanted to call the police, but my wife stopped me. She took the attitude of keeping the peace and handed over some things first. After that, we found someone and didn't meet them again." Seeing that Jiao Wei didn't say anything, but his peeling of potatoes slowed down a lot, the owner knew that he was listening. The owner pointed at the hot pot shop opposite. When this shop opened not long ago, business was very good. After that, there was a period of time when 10 or so hooligans came to eat in the shop. At first, they still paid the bill. Later on, they started to cause trouble. In the end, they even asked how much money they wanted. The owner wasn't a pushover. Although he told those people to come the next day, he found someone at night. In the end, those hooligans didn't come the next day. They also didn't appear in his shop again. Also, the person who sold meat, vegetable, rice called a group of people over when he encountered such a situation. He was prepared to go all out. In the end, he was chased away by the police. However, those hooligans didn't look for him again. Hooligans also bullied the weak and feared the strong. If they knew that you were a tough nut to crack, they wouldn't come. If they couldn't be polite with them, they would be ruthless. This was how society was now. As a person, one had to be ruthless. At that time, there was no lack of hooligans who deliberately showed off their tattoos. They even put all kinds of steel pipes and knives in their cars. In the end, they still ended up like that. In the past, there was a period of severe crackdown and those people disappeared for a long time. Now, they are gradually reappearing. However, in the past, they were mostly hooligans. Now that they have reappeared so quickly, it probably won't be easy to deal with them. If you know the police or the people in charge of this area, you can go over and take a look. It's necessary to spend some money in this area. After all, everyone wants to do business. There are also some shops in the surroundings that haven't been targeted. Even if the owners of those shops aren't locals, They have been here for many years and have some connections. I don't know if they have other connections. As for people like your family, you can first check out the situation and ask the nearby shops to find out who is in charge of this. Then you can pay a visit to the boss. If there is someone looking after you, of course, it will be fine. If this doesn't work, try other ways. Everything is difficult at the beginning. You just have to get through it. If there is really no other way, just hand it over. Otherwise, you will be the one who suffers. We came out to seek money, not to seek fame. But the situation is better than people. You also don't know when the next crackdown will be, so... The boss didn't finish his words. His wife called him, so he responded and hurried back. Jiao Wei was still sitting there, peeling potatoes absent-mindedly. Sounds so hot. The sudden voice next to him startled Jiao Wei. He turned around and saw Su Chu standing there eating a bowl of rice. "Senior Su, why don't you go to the shop and sit down to eat?" Jiao Wei said. Because of Jiao Pa, Su Chu and Exian knew Jiao Wei. Sometimes, when they were out of school, they would patronize his shop. "It's okay. There are a lot of people over there, so I came out to take a breather. I didn't expect to hear those words. If the boss didn't mention it, I wouldn't have known about it. In the past, when my classmates set up street stalls, they didn't mention it. I don't know if it's because they didn't encounter it or because they didn't want to talk about it." Su Chu said incoherently as he stuffed rice into his mouth. "But I think that the clubs that are doing well don't need to rely on this method to survive. Those people are probably just small fries. You don't have to give them face. If you want to find someone to fight, count me in." Su Chu's big body was indeed quite oppressive. However, Jiao Wei wouldn't use such an extreme method. He couldn't afford to gamble. His parents were here and they were old. Jiao Wei didn't want anything to happen to them. Even if he won, what guarantee would he have? "Then Senior Su, do you know people in this field?" Jiao Wei didn't know how to describe it. Su Chu understood what he meant. However, he hadn't been here for long. Most of his life was spent in the laboratory, dormitory, and cafeteria. This was the first time he heard of such a thing. "I only know my boss," Su Chu said helplessly. Jiao Wei shook his head. "Don't bother Uncle Mingxing. He has already helped us a lot. Besides, he has 2 kids. "Oh!" Su Chu wiped his mouth. Then his eyes lit up. "You know that Celestine guy, right?" "I know him, but I'm not familiar with him. He came here before the shop opened. After that, he hurriedly ordered takeout and left. Can he do it?" "I heard a little from my senior. You can give it a try. But, if you want to find Celestine, you have to find Uncle Mingxing. I'm just telling you what I know. As for whether you believe me or not, it's up to you." "Okay." Su Chu threw the empty disposable lunchbox into the trash bin and said, "If you really want to ask Celestine for help, you don't have to go through my boss." "What do you mean?" "My boss's cat." Chapter 102. Jiao Wei would never have thought that Su Chu would give such an answer. In fact, no normal person would think of such an answer. People who didn't know better would think that Su Chu was joking. After all, it was just a cat. How much could it help? Eat it? Seeing Jiao Wei's expression, Su Chu knew what he was thinking. He scratched his head. "Hey, I'm just saying. Believe it or not, it's up to you." "Why that cat?" Jiao Wei squeezed out this sentence after thinking for a long time. "How should I put it? My senior brother, Exian, is definitely more familiar with the boss's family. That's why he knows more about the boss's family. Sometimes my senior brother would tell me a little about the boss's family. Among them, he talked about the cat the most. It's the boss's baby. Like Lord Zheng, Miss Zhao, Professor Lan, and some other people. Although they usually have a good relationship with my boss, they are all related to the cat." "Oh, there's another person. A professor who returned from overseas. He was a famous person in our school last semester, but he was kicked out. I heard from my senior that it's also related to the cat. Although many people didn't know the real reason for Enchang's case, people like Exian who had a close relationship with the Zhao family could make some inferences." Hearing Su Chu's words, Jiao Wei stopped peeling potatoes. He didn't know many of the people that Su Chu mentioned, but he knew Professor Lan. Not long after he came here, he was taken to Professor Lan's small garden by the cat. Seemed like Su Chu was right. After all, compared to Associate Professor Jiao, those people were much more capable. Why would they care about an associate professor with no background? I heard a lot of things from my senior, so I don't know much about them. However, if you want to find Celestine, you can keep an eye on the cat first. Every time Celestine comes here, he only looks for the cat. There's one more thing. Maybe you don't believe me, but it was also because of that cat that I was able to work for the boss. Su Chu recalled that after he became Associate Professor Jiao's student, he once mentioned it to Exian. Exian analyzed it. Looking at the time, it was getting late. Su Chu took his leave first. He still had classes in the evening. Jiao Wei sped up and peeled the remaining potatoes. Then, he tidied them up and rushed to the military training area. The evening training was about to begin. Jiao Wei had been thinking about Su Chu's words. When he saw the cat the next day, he felt a little awkward. Zhang Tan had no idea what Jiao Wei was thinking. He, Fatty, and the others had recently moved to a different place to watch the military training. The people at Jiao Wei's training ground had started to guard against cats. Every time the cups were placed, there would be a few people sitting there. Once Zhang Tan and the others got close, those people would chase them away. Therefore, Zhang Tan and the others didn't just stay at one training area. Since there were so many places for military training, they would go and watch whenever they found a suitable place. It was quite interesting to see those people make a fool of themselves during training. There were also talent shows, singing and dancing during break time. The girls' performance was better. After school at noon, Zhang Tan and little Pomelo followed Jiao Wei to the small restaurant. They felt that someone was staring at them. When they turned around, they saw Jiao Wei looking away uncomfortably. What was going on? Zhang Tan was puzzled. Did Jiao Wei have something against him and Depang watching the military training? When they arrived at the small restaurant and ate at the folding table, Zhang Tan felt Jiao Wei's gaze from time to time. His appetite became worse. The man and the cat stared at each other for a few seconds. Jiao Wei looked away again. He felt that the cat's gaze was quite strange. It was indescribably strange. It was as if it wasn't a cat's gaze, but a human's. Jiao Wei had heard people say that some cats would express their thoughts. You could tell what they were thinking just by looking at their eyes. Although he couldn't tell what the cat was trying to express from its eyes, Jiao Wei at least knew that the cat wasn't in a good mood. When it was almost 11, the military training was coming to an end. The weather wasn't as bad as before. The pretty boys at the beginning of school were now a few shades darker. If you asked the 3rd and 4th year students what was the craziest thing during the military training, it would most likely be taking photos. When they were at their ugliest and darkest in university, the school took a photo of them, and this photo would be recorded in the system. It would appear on their various cards in the next 4 years, such as library cards, level 4 and 6 cards, and so on. At this time, the one-card system hadn't appeared in Tsinghua University yet. Therefore, a lot of the cards were separated. Every time they went to the library to borrow books, the auntie in charge of borrowing books would stare at the tanned faces on their cards and then stare at them for a long time, especially those who were more concerned about their reputation. They would beat their chests and stomp their feet when they talked about their experiences. When this batch of new students were taking photos, Zhang Tan was squatting on a tree not far away and listening to the complaints of the students. Yawning, Zhang Tan gloated for a while. It was said that a white complexion could cover 100 ugliness. Now that most people were tanned, it wasn't possible to find a few good-looking girls. On the day of the military training review, Zhang Tan, Depang, and the sheriff all went to take a look. Huang wasn't there. He had eaten something bad and was taken to Shaogua to see a doctor. Even if he was here, Huang wasn't very interested in these things. After the review in the morning, they were sent off to the instructor in the afternoon. Regardless of how they were trained during the military training under the influence of that kind of atmosphere, there were many people who were red-eyed. The relationship between men could be smashing bricks against each other one moment, and the next moment they could smoke, drink, and talk about women together. Young people were impulsive easily. When the atmosphere was hot, it was different. Even Zhang Tan, who was squatting on the side, was a little affected. He recalled his own situation when he entered the university. It seemed like he didn't participate in the military training. He spent some money to go to the hospital to write a note, then asked the school leaders to sign it and left. Now it was a pity. Zhang Tan stretched his body and jumped down from the tree. He walked back home. Jiao Ma said they were having dumplings for dinner. After sending off the instructor, Jiao Wei and his roommates returned to their family's restaurant to help out. His roommates also came over to have a good meal. At the same time, they were thinking about what to do for the next 2 days. After the military training, they had 2 days of free time. Other than holding a class meeting, they had nothing else to do. So they planned to go out and see the sights. Jiao Wei's parents were also helping him. No matter what, their son was only 18 or 19 years old. Young people should be more active. After giving Jiao Wei some money, Jiao Wei's father asked him to go out with his roommates and classmates to take a look at the city. Ever since he came to Chuhua City, he hadn't taken a good look at this new bustling metropolis. At night, when they returned to the dormitory, the few of them studied the famous sights in Chuhua City. Jiao Wei was staying in an 8-person room. Compared to the 4-person rooms, the accommodation was much cheaper. Initially, his parents did not agree as they were afraid their son would suffer. But Jiao Wei felt that other than sleeping, he did not have much time to stay in the dormitory. There was no need for him to stay in a 4-person room. Furthermore, even if it was an 8-person room, it was still much better than his high school's accommodation. At least his bed would not creak when he climbed up. At night, the few people in the dormitory chatted until late into the night. Although Jiao Wei responded a few times, his mind was still thinking about that matter. Seeing that September was almost over, would those people still come in October? Should he try to find that cat? But what should he say? Should he stand in front of a cat and say, "Hey, do me a favor, and I will give you fish to eat"? Others might think he was crazy. This is not good. The next morning, Jiao Wei and his classmates went to the cafeteria for breakfast. Their plan was to go to each scenic spot according to their planned route after breakfast. They had even bought their bus cards and made a list of which bus to take to avoid getting lost. After breakfast, the few of them walked out. Jiao Wei saw a familiar black figure on the path not far from the cafeteria. "You guys go ahead first. Just wait for me at the bus stop. I have something to do and will catch up with you later," Jiao Wei said to his roommates hurriedly. "What's the matter? Do you need help?" "No need, you guys go ahead first." After saying that, Jiao Wei ran towards the path. Zhang Tan was preparing to walk around the forest. He had not been there for a long time. He wanted to climb some trees and exercise. She had eaten too much in the morning, so she didn't run now. She walked slowly in that direction until she heard familiar footsteps. "Black charcoal. Wait," Jiao Wei shouted as he ran. He was afraid that the cat would disappear. Zhang Tan stopped and turned his head to look at the person running towards him. He did not know why Jiao Wei stopped him. Yesterday, this guy said that he wanted to go out with his classmates. Was he not leaving yet? After Jiao Wei ran over, he looked at the cat in front of him and did not know what to say. Looking around, although there were not many people on the path, there were still some students walking towards them. After thinking about it, Jiao Wei said tentatively, "Let's find a place where there is no one and talk." If he had not been in contact with this cat for a while, and if he had not heard Su Chu's story, Jiao Wei would never talk to a cat like this. Zhang Tan pulled his ear. He did not know what this guy wanted. However, since he was bored, he thought of a suitable place and walked towards it. After 2 steps, he stopped and looked at Jiao Wei, signaling him to follow. Jiao Wei scratched his nose, looked around, and then followed the cat in front of him. They did not walk too far. They came to a small flower bed. It was more secluded and there was no one around. They would not be heard if they spoke. Zhang Tan jumped onto the flower bed and looked at Jiao Wei, waiting for him to continue. Jiao Wei said this and that for a while, then asked, "Can you help me contact Celestine?" "Celestine? Why would he look for that guy?" Zhang Tan looked at Jiao Wei suspiciously. However, speaking of which, Wei Lung had not been here for a while. That fellow had said last time that he did not want to come because he did not want to see the freshman's military training. That would make him miss his military career, so if he wanted to come, he would wait until the military training was over. Looking at the time, the military training was over. Celestine should be coming over in 2 days. How about this, if Celestine comes to find you next time, can you bring him to my restaurant? Jiao Wei said hesitantly, then looked at the cat's reaction. Zhang Tan did not know why Jiao Wei was looking for Celestine, but if it was only like this, he could still help. So he raised a hand and looked at Jiao Wei. Jiao Wei did not understand the cat's meaning, so he did not move. Zhang Tan, stupid. Walking over, Zhang Tan patted the back of Jiao Wei's hand. This was the way Zhang Tan, Zhao Yuan, and little Pomelo were used to. If they agreed, they would pat their paws. That was why they were doing this now. After patting, Zhang Tan jumped off the flower bed and walked towards the forest. Chapter 103. Celestine came the day after Zhang Tan agreed to help. Like before, Celestine first called Jiao Pa to inform him, then went to the eastern courtyard. He looked around and didn't find Zhang Tan, so he pressed the horn rhythmically. Zhang Tan was sleeping on a tree nearby. Hearing the horn, he jumped down from the tree and came to Celestine's car. However, unlike before, Zhang Tan didn't directly jump through the open window this time, but walked outside. Hey, Black Charcoal, where are you going? A star is going to the night building tonight. It's a rare opportunity, Celestine said as he drove to catch up with Zhang Zian. Zhang Tan trotted out of the school gate. This time he didn't run directly through the grass, but directly on the sidewalk so that Celestine could see him. After leaving the school gate, he went to Jiao Wei's small restaurant. In the car, Celestine felt strange. What does the cat want to do? It wasn't easy to drive further into the street, so Celestine parked his car at a place in front of the school gate, then went to Jiao Wei's small restaurant. When he arrived, Zhang Tan was already squatting on a chair, waiting for him. Jiao Wei's parents were already familiar with each other, so they weren't too surprised to see Zhang Tan. However, when they saw Celestine, one of Jiao Wei's parents came to greet him warmly. After all, Celestine had helped them before, while the other went to call their son's dormitory. When Jiao Wei came back yesterday, he had told his parents that if the cat came with Celestine, they should call him immediately. If he wasn't in the dormitory, they should try to get Celestine's phone number, or directly tell Celestine his dormitory number. When Celestine was free, they could contact him. Although his parents didn't think it was a good idea to ask Celestine's phone number, since their son had asked, and if there was no one in the dormitory, they could only try. Fortunately, Jiao Wei and the others didn't go out today. They were too tired yesterday, so they all rested in the dormitory today. After receiving a call from the restaurant, Jiao Wei hurriedly took his bag and rushed to the restaurant. He was prepared to go to the restaurant to help at this time, but if Celestine came, Jiao Wei would bring more money, just in case. He had heard people say that when asking for help, one had to be polite. Even if Celestine didn't want it, there were others. Speaking of which, Jiao Wei was still thinking about this last night. He was still skeptical about the cat, but he didn't expect to receive news the next day. Sure enough, as Su Chu said, this cat's ability was really quite big. Celestine, who was sitting in the restaurant, was quite confused. Seeing that Jiao Wei's parents were a little embarrassed, he waved his hand. You two go ahead, don't worry about me. The students will be coming out soon. Celestine didn't plan to eat here, so he asked Jiao Wei's father to bring a glass of water. Black Charcoal, what's the matter? Why did you bother to ask me to come here? Celestine looked at the cat on the chair next to him and asked. Zhang Tan didn't answer. He didn't even know, so how could he answer Celestine? Jiao Wei ran over. Their dormitory was a little far from here, and the school bus always stopped on the way. Therefore, he didn't take the bus. It seemed like it was better to buy a bicycle. It would be more convenient to go in and out, and when the restaurant started to provide takeout, he could also help with the delivery. After drinking 2 glasses of water, Jiao Wei said to Celestine, Uncle Wei, there's something I need your help with. Don't say uncle and you. I feel like I'm a lot older. Celestine laughed and got up to leave. He knew that Jiao Wei's words couldn't be said here. He couldn't let his parents hear it. Jiao Wei said goodbye to his parents, took his bag, and followed Celestine out. Zhang Tan followed. He was also curious about what it was that needed Celestine's help. After leaving the restaurant, Jiao Wei was a little embarrassed and told Celestine about the situation in his restaurant. He hoped that Celestine could provide some information. At least, he would know who to give the gift to. Ever since the incident in his restaurant, Jiao Wei had asked some of his classmates and indirectly asked some of the other restaurants. He knew more things that outsiders didn't know. Sometimes, after paying the fee, it was not as if nothing had happened. Someone might come to find trouble. Jiao Wei was thinking of taking a step back now. As long as his parents could safely run this shop, it would be fine as long as they didn't cause any trouble. Besides, he was indeed a newcomer, so it was better to show some goodwill. Zhang Tan was beside him and pulled his ear. That's all it took. But it was true. It wasn't easy to be an ordinary person, especially an outsider who didn't have any background. That's the situation. So, I want to ask if you can give me some advice. Jiao Wei was a little nervous. After glancing at Celestine, he lowered his head. His hands that weren't carrying the bag were in his pockets. His palms were sweaty. Celestine didn't bother with the words uncle and you this time. He shook his head and said, I'm not a local, and I don't know much about this place. But Jiao Wei was a little discouraged when he heard Celestine's words. But there was hope when he heard the last sentence. But it's possible to solve the problem, but it's a little overkill. Anyway, you don't have to worry about this. Those people probably won't come next month. If they come again, just call me. Celestine told Jiao Wei his phone number. Jiao Wei quickly took out a piece of paper and wrote it down. Zhang Tan thought that Celestine was probably going to find Senior Walnut or Yi House people. One was white, the other was black. But no matter which side it was a waste of talent. Celestine had a good impression of Jiao Wei. From the few times they met, the young man was a good person. He was ambitious, but that wasn't a bad thing. As long as he had a good heart, it was fine. That Uncle Wei? Jiao Wei didn't know how to express himself. He didn't expect Celestine to take over this matter. Thank you. I'll treat you to a meal when the time comes. Wei Ling knew what Jiao Wei was thinking the moment he heard what Jiao Wei said. Let's not talk about giving gifts and money. How about this? I'll eat at your place for free. Of course. You can go whenever you want. Jiao Wei was happy to be able to solve the problem of his store. Oh yeah, you don't have anything going on today, right? Celestine asked. No. Jiao Wei quickly answered. Although he originally planned to help his family look after the store, he was afraid that Celestine had other things to do, especially things related to his store. Then let's go together. I'll take you out to play today. Young man, why are you always bored in school? Celestine walked to the parking lot as he spoke. Jiao Wei went home and talked to his parents. Then he got into Celestine's car. You can sit in the front passenger seat. Celestine said to Jiao Wei. The back seat is for black charcoal. That guy will roll around in the back seat when he's bored. You'll be disliked if you sit there. Don't take up its space. Jiao Wei was speechless. He was not as good as a cat. Black charcoal, Howsy will bring the Monseigneur over today, Celestine said as he drove. That big cat? Zhang Tan thought for a moment. Speaking of which, she hadn't seen that big cat for a while. She heard that after following Yi Hao, that cat was doing quite well. Master Tang the Seventh always showed off outside, showing off in front of everyone. Jiao Wei sat in the front passenger seat obediently and listened to Celestine talking to the cat in the back seat. Although the cat in the back seat did not reply, Celestine did not stop talking. Jiao Wei did not know anything about the Monseigneur or the NB band. When they arrived at the night building, Jiao Wei was a little dumbfounded. Yesterday, he and his classmates passed by here. When they were on the bus, they saw the night building outside. They discussed it with a few of their roommates and wondered when they would have a chance to go inside. However, they heard that the cost of living there was extraordinarily high. Jiao Wei looked at his casual clothes that did not match the surroundings at all. First, he felt a little awkward. However, when he saw Celestine, he calmed down a little because Celestine was also wearing casual clothes. Just like before, Celestine did not enter through the front door. Jiao Wei followed the man and the cat in front of him and entered through a side door. Not long after they entered Celestine's exclusive room, Yi Hao came in with the Monseigneur. After the fall of the one above, Yi Hao did not need to hibernate anymore. He was so busy that no one could see him. Today he happened to be free, so he came to the night building to rest and have a few drinks with Celestine. Zhang Tan looked around. Beside Yi Hao was Leopard. It was the same as usual. He did not see Ranqi. He guessed that Ranqi was now afraid of cats. It was different from the last time he saw it. The big cat now indeed had the demeanor of a monseigneur. Whether it was a CFH or a so-called super cat, it was still a cat. Cats were originally a little arrogant. In the past, the big cat lived a wandering life, so its fur was not so smooth. Now, not only was it smooth and shiny, it was also a little stronger. Its mental state was also good, and it was majestic. When it walked in, its tail was raised like a banner, and it was almost labeled tall, rich, and handsome. The monseigneur was quite well behaved beside Yi Hao. After it came in, it squatted by the side and did not wander around. It was not like Zhang Tan, who would lie down on the sofa, jump to the coffee table to eat and drink, and then go to the bathroom. It was a lot of trouble. However, this was the first time that Jiao Wei had seen the monseigneur. It was also the first time that he had seen such a big cat. Just now, he thought it was a dog. But when he looked again, what a big cat! This is the child of Black Charcoal's acquaintance. He is studying at Tsinghua University. Celestine introduced him to Yi Hao. Jiao Wei noticed that when Celestine introduced him, he said, Black Charcoal's family, and not Associate Professor Jiao's family. This sentence was worth thinking about. Yi Hao said, oh, and did not ask any more questions. Instead, he started chatting with Celestine. Anyway, it was not a confidential topic. He was not afraid that Jiao Wei would hear it. Besides, since he was an acquaintance of Black Charcoal's family and was brought here by Celestine, he would not harm him. By the way, how's the project going? Celestine asked. Speaking of this, Yi Hao frowned. I can't get in touch with him. His secretary always says that he is busy and we need to make an appointment. But there are so many people who want to make an appointment. The queue lasts for more than 10 days. Third Master Feng is very busy every day. It is normal for him to be busy. You are not the only one who receives this kind of treatment. Celestine took the bottle of erguotu, clinked it with Yi Hao's, and drank 2 mouthfuls. Yi Hao glanced at the black cat, who was squatting on the side eating peanuts. Yeah, Third Master Feng even gives the cat a climbing frame when he is busy every day. Pfft! Celestine spat out a mouthful of wine. What? Third Master Feng gave the cat that thing? He personally gave it to him? Yeah. This was the information that Yi Hao had found out after much effort. Jiao Wei, who was sitting on the side, lowered his head. The alpaca in his heart began to gallop. It can't be what I think it is, right? It is indeed a relationship that goes through trials and tribulations together. Haozi, you have to hold on tight to this cat's leg, Celestine said with a smile. He emphasized, through trials and tribulations together. Zhang Tan pulled his ears, pretending that he did not understand the meaning of this word. He really did not want to think about those days. Although Celestine's words sounded like a joke, it was also reasonable. Yi Hao also planned to not talk about the project when he met the Third Master Feng. He planned to mention this cat first. Chapter 104. Jiao Wei had never thought of riding on a cat's coattails before. In fact, normal people wouldn't even think of riding on a cat's coattails. But now, Jiao Wei had really encountered it. Jiao Wei didn't know who the 2 people drinking sorghum wine with Celestine in such a high-end place were. He also didn't know the background of the third Uncle Feng they were talking about, but he was sure that the 2 were big shots, and the seemingly unreliable Third Master Feng was obviously of a higher status. Yi Hao only stayed for a while before leaving, and the Monseigneur followed him. Zhang Tan didn't mind, since he wasn't familiar with the big cat, and he was just here to play. When the performance at the East Palace started, Zhang Tan leaned against the open window and looked down. As for Celestine, as usual, he started to fish for information. Previously, he was fishing for information from Ajin, and this time he was fishing for information from Jiao Wei. The topic of conversation was still about the Third Master Feng. Celestine was really curious about the Third Master Feng's thoughts. After coming to Tsinghua City, he actually gave a cat tree to a cat when he was so busy. Unfortunately, Celestine was going to be disappointed this time. Jiao Wei had only met third Uncle Fong for a short while, and didn't know anything else. Celestine looked at the cat lying there listening to the performance, and sighed. He wanted to help but couldn't even get some information. It wasn't just Yi Hao but also Tianyuan genetics. A few partners had already asked Yuan Zi about the third Master Fong. Celestine originally wanted to help, but unfortunately, he couldn't get any information. As for Associate Professor Jiao, it wasn't suitable for him to fish for information. That would only make people think that he was insatiable. And Associate Professor Jiao had no intention of getting close to them. It was lucky to be able to get close to the third Master Fong, and it was all thanks to the cat. The rest was up to him. Thinking about the fortune cat Yuan Zi kept in the office, Celestine wanted to laugh. It was a pure black cat that Yuan Zi had specially made. Regardless of whether he was in the scientific research industry or not, as a businessman, he was always particular about this. After taking a sip of wine, Celestine sighed in his heart. It really is a fortune cat. They didn't stay too late today. At around 9 o'clock, Celestine asked someone to drive Zhengtan and Jiao Wei back to school. The driver had been here many times, and he was familiar with the road. He drove directly from the east gate of Tsinghua University and stopped at the gate of courtyard. Jiao Wei also got out of the car here. Looking at the black cat that jumped out of the car window and ran towards the family building, Jiao Wei felt that it was ridiculous. This cat's life was better than a human's. Who would believe this kind of thing? But if it could really solve the problem at home, he had to believe it. The moon in the night sky was quite bright. It would be Mid-Autumn Festival in 2 days. Jiao Wei looked up at the sky and walked towards the small restaurant. His parents would be worried if he didn't go back to the restaurant. When Zhengtan returned to the Jiao family, he saw Jiao Yuan opening a box. Mooncakes? Looking at the calendar in the living room, he almost forgot. But unfortunately, Mid-Autumn Festival wasn't a national holiday yet. Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo were still in school. But Zhengtan looked at the 2 boxes of mooncakes. According to Jiao Ma's style, she wouldn't buy these waste of money. She should have bought some from a cake shop. So, it must have been sent by someone else. Whenever it was a holiday, the gift-giving would begin. Whether it was in the government, the business world, or the workplace, there were all kinds of gift-giving. Even though Mid-Autumn Festival wasn't a national holiday yet, it still gave many people the opportunity and excuse to give gifts. For example, Third Master Fong, Chairman Zhao, and the others were the targets of those people who wanted to send gifts to. The 2 boxes in front of him were sent by Zhao Lu last night. There were originally 3 boxes. Zhao Pa took 1 box to the courtyard and gave some to Exin and Su Chu. As they had already eaten dinner, Zhao Ma only allowed Zhao Yuan to eat 1. Zhao Yuan could bring another 1 tomorrow morning. If he felt hungry after 2 classes, he could take it out to eat. Mom, Black Charcoal also wants some. How many can I give it? Zhao Yuan shouted to Zhao Ma in the room. Each of you can only eat 1. Black Charcoal can only eat 1. Black Charcoal has gained weight recently. Zhao Ma, who was busy answering the phone, said. She then closed the door and continued to make calls. Little Pomelo opened an egg yolk for Zhengtan. Zhengtan was eating it on the sofa, but his ears were perked up. He was listening to the movements in the bedroom. Why was it so secretive when making a phone call? Did she not want the 2 kids to know? Zhao Yuan and little Pomelo could not hear the sound of the phone call, but Zhengtan could. Although it was not very clear, he could at least catch a few key words. It seemed to be related to the upcoming National Day holiday and buying a car? Zhengtan moved his ears and stopped eating the mooncake. He listened carefully to the sounds in the room. Unfortunately, Zhao Yuan was too talkative. Zhengtan simply put down the mooncake and went to the door. He leaned close to the door and listened carefully. Seeing Zhengtan's actions, the 2 kids who were eating mooncakes looked at each other. They put down the mooncakes in their hands and tiptoed to the door. They pressed their ears against the door to listen. Zhao Ma, who was talking on the phone, would never think that someone was eavesdropping at the door. She was still chatting happily. When the Zhao Pa came back, he saw the 2 kids standing on both sides of the door with their ears pressed against the door. There was also a cat below them. The cat's tail was curling from time to time, as if it was thinking about something. Seeing that the Jiao Pa came back, Zhao Yuan was not embarrassed at all. Instead, he asked the Jiao Pa excitedly, "Are we going to buy a car?" The Jiao Pa was amused. It turned out that the kid was eavesdropping because of this. "I'm thinking about it, but I haven't decided yet." Although he already had a plan, the Jiao Pa did not say too much. He did not want to disappoint the two kids if there were any changes. After all, Zhao Yuan and little Pomelo were still kids. When they heard the Jiao Pa's words, they did not think too much about it. As long as there was a possibility, it was fine. They went back to the sofa and sat down, eating their unfinished mooncakes while watching TV. After eating, take a shower and go to bed. Don't watch TV too late, the Jiao Pa said to the two kids. When he passed by Zhang Tan, he stretched out his finger and poked Zhang Tan's forehead. "You too. Go to bed early. Also, exercise more recently. Look at you. You've gained weight." Zhang Tan pulled his ears and went to little Pomelo's room to look at himself in the mirror. He didn't gain much weight. Thinking back on his life, it seemed that other than picking up little Pomelo, he only ate, slept, and watched the military training. As for food, he ate 3 meals a day with the Zhao family. He also ate some other food intermittently. Although he was a little picky, he had a wide range of food compared to other cats. Besides, he did not eat much, so there were some signs of him gaining weight. Would he become as fat as Depang after a while? Regardless of whether he gained weight or not, Zhang Tan picked up the running exercise that he had thrown away for a long time the next day. Old Madame Zhai came back after dancing. She was still waving the bright red woolen fan in her hand. When she saw Zhang Tan trotting, she shouted, "Yo, black charcoal. I haven't seen you running for a long time." An old lady next to old Madame Zhai also said, "That cat looks better than before." The so-called better meant that the cat was fatter. It was just that people here felt that it was better to raise a fatter pet. If the cat was too thin, people would think that you were mistreating your pet. Just like in the courtyard in the Eastern District, Depang was recognized as the best cat. Most people's first words when they saw Depang were, "This cat is really well raised." Back then, Depang's old lady was worried that the cat might have some diseases due to its fatness. She went to check on it. In the end, other than being fatter, there were no major problems. Everyone felt that it was quite strange that the cat could run and jump. No matter what, Zhang Tan decided to pick up the running exercise that he had put down for a long time. Anyway, the weather was gradually getting colder. It would not be as hot as it was in the summer. Recently, there were more people in the school square. The clubs were recruiting new members, so it was more lively. The members of the Roller Skating Association were in a formation, skating in circles around the school's main road. Some words were tied to their arms, which could be used to form publicity slogans. The equipment was also neat. When the group of people skated in front of them, it looked quite cool. It also satisfied some people's desire to show off. Therefore, many new students would go to the Roller Skating Association in the square to ask about the situation. There were also members of the Bicycle Association. A group of people rode flashy bicycles. Sometimes they held billboards, sometimes they shouted slogans and rode around the school. In the square where the association was, there were some photos. They were all taken during the holidays when they went out to travel by bicycle. There were also some slogans such as "Ride the World" on them, which satisfied some people's desire to go out by bicycle during the National Day holiday. Sometimes you could see some students dressed up like anime characters. They were from the Anime and Manga Association. Chuhua City would sometimes hold some anime and manga fairs, and there would be cosplay. They would also participate, so every year, during the recruitment of new members in anime and manga fairs, you could see those eye-catching cosplayers on campus. Zhang Tan saw this when he was running. There were also many clubs that only advertised in the square. Zhang Tan stood in the distance and watched for a while. There were people in costumes, dancing skirts, and even people in martial arts and taekwondo costumes. Those were all very popular clubs. Zhang Tan had not participated in such activities when he was in university. At that time, he did not seem to pay attention to these things. Most of the time, he was not in school. He only learned about many activities that he would encounter in university after coming here. Zhang Tan also saw Jiao Wei. It was not that Zhang Tan's eyesight was too good. He just glanced at some of the more unpopular clubs on the periphery. There were not many people there. There was only Jiao Wei in one of the clubs. However, because of the angle, Zhang Tan could not see what club it was, and he was not very interested. After jogging for a while, when he passed by the Institute of Biological Sciences, he ran to the tree in front of Jiao Pa's office window to take a look. There was no one in the office. Xian and Su Chu were not there either. They were probably busy with experiments. Zhang Tan did not stay for long. He returned to the east courtyard and was about to go home to sleep for a while. He did not expect to see Third Master Fang's car parked downstairs. At this moment, Third Master Fang was leaning against the car door and taking out his phone. When he saw Zhang Tan, Third Master Fang was very happy. "Hey! I was just about to call your cat father. There's no one in your house. Help me open the door." Third Master Fang put away his phone again. Zhang Tan looked at him suspiciously. Didn't Celestine and Yi Hao say that this guy was very busy every day? Why did he have time to come here now? He jumped up and swiped his card. He took the key from Depang's house. After he came back from wandering, Zhang Tan felt that it was too troublesome to hide the key in the tree. So he hid it in a place on Depang's balcony. Anyway, Depang usually squatted on the balcony to look after the house. If Depang went to visit relatives, Zhang Tan would hide the key in the tree. The Third Master Fang was not too surprised that Zhang Tan could open the door by himself. He had already known about it from Jiao Pa. When he was wandering, he even knew that this cat could turn on the hot water and use the hairdryer by himself. This time, Third Master Fang brought a few boxes of hardcover mooncakes. He was going back to Beijing for the Mid-Autumn Festival, but there were too many people who gave him gifts. He could not eat them all. After he gave some to his subordinates, Third Master Fang sent some to the Jiao family. After he sent them, he would drive back to Beijing. After the Third Master Fang put down the boxes, he called the Jiao Pa. After the call, Third Master Fang said to Zhang Tan, who was lying lazily on the sofa, "Your cat father seems to be buying a car," although he did not say, "I heard some people talking over there." Chapter 105. After the Third Master Fang left, Zhang Tan leaned on the balcony and stared downstairs. When a car drove in, he craned his neck to take a look. When little Pomelo and the others finished school, Zhang Tan did not see the car he expected. He had no choice but to go to the affiliated to Renmin University of China to pick up the kids. At noon, the Jiao Pa had already called the people at the small restaurant to tell them that he would not be coming over for lunch. Zhang Tan guessed that the Jiao Pa was probably still busy with the car. However, it was hard for Associate Professor Jiao to go out to look for cars during working hours. He probably left the work at hand to Xian or Su Chu. Although he did not see the Jiao Pa in the morning, Zhang Tan did not go out in the afternoon. He climbed a few trees in the courtyard to play for a while. Then he found a tree and lay down on it to sleep. It was almost 5 o'clock when he finally saw the Jiao Pa come back. However, he walked into the courtyard alone. Zhang Tan looked behind the Jiao Pa and did not see the car. He looked at the Jiao Pa in confusion. Where was the car? Unfortunately, the Jiao Pa did not answer his questions. Zhang Tan decided to eavesdrop tonight. Usually, after the two kids went to bed, the Jiao Pa and Jiao Ma would talk about something. After dinner, Zhang Tan accompanied the two kids to watch TV until 9 o'clock. When the two kids went to bed, he jumped out of bed and prepared to eavesdrop. The lights in little Pomelo's room were off, but little Pomelo was still awake. When she heard Zhang Tan's movements, little Pomelo took out a small flashlight from under her pillow. "Black charcoal, where are you going?" Zhang Tan wagged his tail and looked at the door lock. Little Pomelo got up and opened the door for Zhang Tan in her slippers. She moved gently and tried not to make the door lock make a sound. She opened the door a small gap, just enough for Zhang Tan to go out. They had done this many times. Zhang Tan came to the bedroom door and squatted down. He tilted his head and pressed his ear against the bedroom door, while little Pomelo lay back down on the bed. 10 minutes later, Zhang Tan crawled back into bed. He was in a good mood. Jiao Pa had indeed bought a car. He was going to pick it up tomorrow. There were probably still some paperwork to be done. Other than the car, Jiao Pa and Jiao Ma mainly talked about the National Day holiday. They had already received an invitation to Jiao Pa's younger sister's 10th birthday party. The couple would bring their child to the party and drive their new car. They would also bring Zhang Tan along. In their hometown, a child's 10th birthday party was a big event, and parents paid more attention to it. Since it happened to be a holiday, Jiao Pa and Jiao Ma would definitely not refuse. It was a good opportunity to go back to their hometown. Other than the car, they talked about the trivial things between their relatives. Zhang Tan was not interested in listening. After he heard the news he wanted, he went back happily. However, because of this, Zhang Tan missed the key part of the Jiao Pa and Jiao Ma's discussion. At least for Zhang Tan, it was quite important. Many people would leave their pets at the pet center if they were going on a long trip. The National Day holiday was only a few days, and it was not a big deal to leave their pets at the pet center. Everyone did that. However, Zhang Tan was a special case. Jiao Ma did not want to leave Zhang Tan alone in the pet center. She also did not trust Xiao Guo and the others to take care of it. What if it went missing? Therefore, it was better to take care of it herself. After all, her cat was very obedient. However, there was another issue that was troublesome. Jiao Pa's sister lived in the city of their hometown. It was a private room with 3 floors. It was quite spacious, and there would probably be more guests. Although the banquet was in a hotel, other than the banquet, some relatives and friends would also rest at home. There were many people and there were many children. Naughty children who did not know anything and were very destructive were the nemesis of pets. Therefore, Jiao Ma was a little worried that there would be a conflict. Although her cat had not scratched people, what if some naughty child annoyed her cat and got scratched? Would there be a fight? It's okay. They have a pet dog and a cat. They get along well with the children. Besides, there are adults watching over them. Our cat is smart. There won't be any conflict, Jiao Pa said. I'm still worried. Let black charcoal follow little Pomelo. I'll just say hello to the people over there. The next day, Jiao Pa finally drove the car back before dinner. It was a silver gray, very ordinary family car. It was not as impressive as Yuan Zi's car, nor was it as impressive as Third Master Feng's car. However, Zhang Tan and the 2 children were very happy. No matter how high-end the car was, it was still someone else's car. It was like a magnificent palace, but it was not your home. It did not feel like your home. As the boss, Yuan Zi definitely needed a good car to show his face. Third Master Feng was even more so, for Laps was already a low-key car among all the cars he owned. However, for the Zhao family, such an ordinary family car was enough. Zhang Tan knew that although Jiao Pa had less money now, he did not have much to spend. The reason why he was in a hurry to buy a car was that it was more convenient to drive his own car when he went back to his hometown. Also, he wanted to let Jiao Ma familiarize herself with the car as soon as possible. When he went abroad, Jiao Ma would be able to use the car here. She would not need to ride an electric scooter to go anywhere. It was dangerous to take 2 children and a cat with her. If she drove, it would save her a lot of trouble. It was also more convenient on rainy days. If Zhang Tan was asked to evaluate this car in the past, he probably would not like it. However, Zhang Tan was very happy now. After jumping in through the window, he began to look left and right. He felt that the new car did not smell right. It was too strange. Suddenly, he remembered what Huang and the sheriff did when they marked the territory. It was impossible to mark it with urine. If that was the case, Zhang Tan would not be able to get in the car in the future. In addition to the urine mark, there was also the smell of rubbing. Cats had scent-secreting glands near their whiskers and ears. By rubbing and rubbing, they spread their smell to the surrounding objects. Therefore, Zhang Tan learned from Huang and rubbed on the car seat and other places. Then he sniffed. It did not seem to work. He rubbed again and rubbed again. People would feel more at ease in an environment with familiar smells. Even if there were always smelly socks or a bucket of unwashed clothes in the room, as long as he could tolerate it and get used to it, it would be fine. If he was suddenly put into a very clean room without any other smells, he would feel uncomfortable for a while. Not knowing the smell after smelling it for a long time, physiologically speaking, it was a type of olfactory adaptation. However, on the other hand, It also showed a philosophical problem of my territory, my smelly. Therefore, Zhang Tan rubbed on the car very intensely and felt at ease. The Jiaopa looked at his cat rubbing around in the car. He thought about it and decided to let him do as he pleased. Other than his family, no other family would let their pets rub around in a new car. The interior of the car was not decorated with anything else, so it was rather monotonous. When he bought the car, he received a pendant that was said to have been blessed. The Jiaopa always felt that it was an eyesore, so he took it off. When he went back to his hometown, he would ask the old lady to get another one done. The Jiaopa did not believe that other people would give similar things as gifts. However, after the Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo came back, the car changed. The Jiao Ma also embroidered a peace pendant. Little Pomelo and Jiao Yuan also put a few dolls in the car. It looked a little livelier. After rubbing around in the car, Zhang Tan felt that it was about time, so he rolled around in the car seat before getting out. Because of the car, Zhang Tan was especially looking forward to going on a trip on the 11th. No matter where he went, it would be a new experience. Because there would be a lot of people traveling on the first day of the holiday, the Jiaopa decided to set off on the 30th of September. Because they had started preparing a few days in advance, they did not feel rushed when they set off. After the two kids finished school, the Jiao Ma and Jiao Pa came back. They had dinner and set off at 7 o'clock. Their destination this time was Xingyang, where their hometown was. From Chuhua City to Xingyang, it was about a 2-hour drive on the highway. The two elders had already been told that Grandpa Jiao had come from the village yesterday to clean the house in town. Although they had a house in town, the two elders of the Jiao family always liked to stay in the village. They were familiar with the place. From the east side of the village to the west side, they knew everyone there. When they played mahjong, they could be there anytime. It was not too boring. Occasionally, they would stay in town for a while and hang out with some relatives who had moved to town. They arrived at their house after 9 o'clock. The two elders were already waiting at the door with the lights on. Grandpa Jiao was quite happy to greet his grandson, whom he had not seen for a long time. However, the first thing that came out was a black cat. "Why did you bring it here?" Chapter 106. Even though Grandpa Jiao was a little unhappy with the fact that the Jiaopa had brought the cat with them, he didn't want to find fault with Zhang Tan since it was already late. He went back to tidy up the room with his wife. This house in town was also a private house. It wasn't an apartment building, so it was relatively free. Because of the location, it was much more spacious. No wonder Grandpa Jiao didn't want to go to Chuhua City. After tidying up 2 rooms, one for the Jiaopa and Jiao Yuan, and the other for the Jiao Ma and little Pomelo, Zhang Tan thought for a while and ignored the old sofa cushions and a simple cat bed that Grandpa Jiao had made out of paper boxes. He ran into the Jiao Ma and little Pomelo's room. Because of Zhang Tan's presence, Grandpa Jiao covered the fish that he had just bought with something to prevent the cat from eating it. The next day, Grandma Jiao woke up early and went out to buy breakfast. Many of the local specialties couldn't be found in Chuhua City. Since it was rare for her son and grandson to come back, Grandma Jiao bought a lot of food. However, Zhang Tan didn't get any. During breakfast, Jiao Pa and the other 3 shared some for him. Grandpa Jiao stared at them. "This cat is like this because you guys spoiled it." Grandma Jiao didn't say anything, but it seemed like she supported her husband's words. Jiao Pa just smiled and didn't say anything. If he said anything at this time, Grandpa Jiao would only talk more. Zhang Tan ate 2 mouthfuls and looked up at Grandpa Jiao. He wagged his tail slowly. "Old man, just stare. There's nothing you can do about it." Grandpa Jiao picked 2 mouthfuls of rice noodles and put down his chopsticks. He clutched his chest and said, "My stomach hurts." Everyone was speechless. "So your stomach is where your heart is. Eat your food. Why are you angry with a cat?" Grandma Jiao glanced at him. Grandpa Jiao snorted and stopped talking. He picked up his chopsticks again. "By the way, Mingsheng, go and see Yao Hong after breakfast. She's in the hospital," the old lady said. "What's going on?" Jiao Pa asked in shock. Yao Hong was Jiao Pa's cousin. Jiao Pa remembered that she was quite healthy. Ever since his cousin's husband became successful in the business world, his cousin Yao Hong also became a rich madam. She usually took good care of herself. How did she end up in the hospital? The old lady sighed. I heard that it was because of diet pills, but it's just a guess. The hospital hasn't come to a conclusion yet. We don't know what happened. They spoke in a dialect, and Zheng Tan had heard a little of it before. Although he didn't understand it completely, he could understand a part of it. Hearing the old lady's words, Zheng Tan sighed in his heart. TSK, eating diet pills can also get me into the hospital. Zhao Pa thought for a moment and nodded. I got it. But some diet pills aren't very effective. Zheng Tan looked up at the Zhao Pa. He felt that the Zhao Pa must have guessed the reason, but it wasn't appropriate to say it here, so he just answered the old lady's question briefly. The Zhao Pa's 10th birthday party was tomorrow. Today, the Zhao Pa decided to let the two children rest at home first. They went to the hospital to visit their cousin, and the old lady went out with them. Thus, only the two children, an old man, and a cat were left at home. The two children were watching TV. Grandpa Jiao wandered around and pulled a piece of green foxtail grass out of nowhere to disturb Zheng Tan, who was resting on the sofa. Zheng Tan didn't want to bother with the old man, but the old man was too enthusiastic. Zheng Tan grabbed the piece of green foxtail grass with his paw, tore it apart, and threw it aside. Then, he ran to the Zhao Yuan and little Pomelo and lay down between them. He didn't believe that the old man would be so bored as to bother his grandson. Grandpa Zhao looked at the two children and then at the cat in the middle. He snorted and said a few words to the Zhao Yuan. Then, he dragged a chair over and sat there to watch cartoons with the two children. He was quite happy. In the afternoon, after the Zhao Pa and Zhao Ma came back, they were talking in the room. Zheng Tan pricked up his ears and eavesdropped. It's probably because of the weight loss medicine. I've asked around and confirmed that Sister Hong bought the famous weight loss medicine that's currently very popular. As for that medicine, I've heard from the medical school that the main ingredient in it is sibutramine hydrochloride. There has always been a controversy abroad. Moreover, 2 years ago, the European side launched a Scout sibutramine cardiovascular endpoint trial project. The project is still ongoing, but I've heard that there are deaths and cardiovascular events. The official conclusion doesn't seem to be out yet, so we'll have to wait for a few years. However, I think that warnings will start to come out next year. As for the situation in China, I'm not sure. Hong Jie still refuses to admit it. Zhao Ma sighed. Before this, Hong Jie's usual symptoms were similar to the side effects of the pills. She wants to save face and refuses to admit it. However, she should have listened to what I said to her today. She should be more careful in the coming days. Hey, tell me more about the famous diet pills. How is the research going abroad? Zhao Ma was quite interested in this. Women always want to maintain a good figure. However, as they get older, they tend to put on weight easily, especially Zhao Pa's cousin. After she became successful, she had to attend more social events. It was easy for her to put on weight. In order not to lose face, she took the diet pills hard. Zheng Tan listened to the Zhao Pa and Zhao Ma's conversation. Zheng Tan remembered that the diet pills they were talking about were really popular for a long time. Many celebrities were endorsing the pills. However, after a few years, he didn't hear about it anymore. He didn't know what happened. Now, it seems that the pills were banned just like what Zhao Pa had predicted. Zheng Tan listened for a while with the mentality of listening to a story and gossip. He was quite interested in this. However, Zheng Tan's good mood was hit to the bottom at night. After listening to Zhao Ma's story again, Zheng Tan was sure that disaster was coming for him. Naughty kids. He would have to face a bunch of naughty kids tomorrow. What if he suddenly didn't want to go? However, the family members were all out. Zhao Ma was probably worried about leaving Zheng Tan alone in the house. She had prepared the bag and was just waiting for Zheng Tan tomorrow. At night, she even let Zheng Tan take a good bath, brush his fur, and blow-dry his fur. After he was clean, she put the cat tag on him. However, when he thought about what he had to face, Zheng Tan couldn't feel happy. What the F***CK? On October 2nd, the old man and the old lady wore new clothes. Zhao Yuan and little Pomelo were dressed up by Zhao Ma. Besides celebrating the birthday of the birthday girl, everyone had to talk about their children. This was the rule of society. When they were young, they would compare their grades. When they grew up, they would compare their family background. When they got married, they would compare their children. After that, it was a new cycle. Zhao Yuan and little Pomelo were still young and didn't understand. However, Zhao Pa and Zhao Ma were already mentally prepared. Therefore, they bought new clothes for the two children in advance and dressed them up appropriately. They even prepared some speeches for the social events. As for Zhang Tan, he was squatting inside the bag that Mama Jiao was carrying. His ears were pulled back into the shape of an airplane, and his face was filled with displeasure. At this time, the space in the car was much smaller. Zhao Ma sat in the front passenger seat. The old couple and Zhao Yuan sat in the back seat. Little Pomelo was in the old lady's arms. Zhang Tan seemed a little nervous when he saw little Pomelo's expression. Well, they were not familiar with each other. If they were from the Gu family, they would know a few people. However, now they were all from the Zhao family. However, this also saved them a lot of trouble. Many people from the Gu family knew that little Pomelo was thrown back to China by her mother. After that, she was alone abroad and didn't care about the children. Because of this, those aunties would nag for a long time. Therefore, it was good that they didn't meet the Gu family. More than 20 minutes later, the Zhao Pa's car stopped in front of a 3-story residential house. There were already several cars parked there. There were many people around. Zhao Ma got out of the car first with the two children. The Zhao Pa parked the car in a hotel not far away. Anyway, the birthday party would be held there. The parking lot there was big and it was not as crowded as here. Moreover, when there were more children, accidents like car accidents often happened. Therefore, in order to avoid damage the new car, the Zhao Pa drove it away. Zhao Ma carried her bag in one hand and held little Pomelo's hand in the other. As for Zhao Yuan, he knew many people around. Even if they hadn't seen each other for more than a year, they would be familiar with each other after playing with each other for a while. They were all teenagers. The Zhao Ma couldn't keep an eye on him all the time. Anyway, the Zhao Yuan didn't like to play with those children in kindergarten. Little Pomelo was a little reserved. She pursed her lips and didn't talk much. When the Zhao Ma greeted others, she would occasionally ask her to greet others. The traditional greeting was too complicated. Little Pomelo probably couldn't understand it. Little Pomelo also didn't understand a lot of the dialects here. She had been exposed to Mandarin and English since she was young. However, with the Zhao Ma by her side, she didn't have to worry too much. Hey, why did you bring the cat here? An auntie looked at Zhang Tan in the Zhao Ma's bag and laughed. This is our family's treasure. We don't feel safe leaving it in Chuhua City, so we brought it here. It is very obedient and won't run around. The Zhao Ma said to the person. There was a 7 or 8-year-old child standing next to the auntie. He looked at the cat's head in the bag and bit his finger. Then, he slowly moved over and reached out his hand to pull Zhang Tan's beard. Zhang Tan retracted his head back into the bag. After going upstairs, the Zhao Ma came to a room. There were some children in the room. Most of them were girls. The boys were running around outside and couldn't stay idle. After the Zhao Ma introduced the children, she asked little Pomelo to stay here and watch some DVDs with the children. The Zhao Ma still had to greet some people. There was a girl in her teens. She was probably in junior high school. She was responsible for taking care of the children. She smiled and gave little Pomelo a cushion for her to sit on. She also handed her a glass of juice. The floor of the room was covered with foam mats. The others took the mats and sat directly on the floor. Next to them, there was a little kid crawling on the foam mats. He probably didn't know how to walk yet, but he crawled with strength. Moreover, he was drooling as he crawled. Zhang Tan came out of the bag and sat next to little Pomelo. At first, a few children came over to disturb Zhang Tan, but gradually, everyone went to watch the DVDs. Zhang Tan was closing his eyes and taking a nap when he suddenly felt a smell of milk approaching. He opened his eyes and saw the little kid sitting and staring at him. He even called out, "Ah," twice. His words were very vague, so Zhang Tan couldn't make out what he was saying. "Ah, my ass." Zhang Tan pulled his ear. "Ka ka ka." The little kid laughed a few times and began to speak vaguely again. He was laughing and drooling as he crawled over. Seeing the little kid crawling over, Zhang Tan felt a headache. He got up and walked away. The little kid was addicted to following him. He was crawling with vigor. Chapter 107. There was a window next to the cabinet. Zhang Tan looked out from the window and saw Zhao Yuan and a few other kids around his age playing and running around. Looking at the room, the contrast was stark. It had to be said that girls were quieter than boys. At least the girls in this room were quite quiet. As for the only boy, who was not even a year old, Zhang Tan directly ignored him and let him drool and mumble to himself. But not long after, an old lady came in and took the little boy away. She was probably his grandmother. Without the noise of the little boy, Zhang Tan did not jump down from the cabinet. He just squatted on the cabinet and hoped that time would pass faster. Little Pomelo was no longer worried when she saw Zhang Tan squatting on top of the cupboard. She started to watch the rented cartoon with the other girls. Those were the kind that girls liked to watch. Zhang Tan could not focus on it and could only squat on the cabinet and take a nap. According to the customs of this place, there were 2 banquets for the 10th birthday, one in the afternoon and one in the evening. Actually, it was the 10th birthday banquet. According to the time of birth, it was only 9 years old. But this was the custom. Zhang Tan was too lazy to bother about it. Now he was thinking little Pomelo seemed to be almost 9 years old. When the time came, would there be a 10th birthday banquet in Chuhua City? But little Pomelo's irresponsible mother was always abroad. And, when the time came, he would go to 3rd Master Fang's Shaoguang Hotel to celebrate little Pomelo's birthday. Finally, at noon, the Jiao Ma came to take little Pomelo away. Zhang Tan jumped back into the bag and was carried away by the Jiao Ma. The hotel was not far away. The group walked directly there. This time, Zhang Tan didn't enter the hotel. He stayed in the Jiao Pa's car. Little Pomelo wanted to take Zhang Tan to the hotel, but when the Jiao Pa asked Zhang Tan to choose, Zhang Tan jumped into the car. He looked around and saw that there were a lot of children going in with the Jiao Yuan. He did not want to squeeze in there. At that time, there would be a lot of people at the table, and there would be a lot of naughty children around. They would be surrounded by people they did not know. It was better to wait until the Jiao Pa and the others had eaten before bringing food over. Although it was a little boring to stay in the car, it was still better than going over there to face the brats and all kinds of strangers. It was too noisy there. When he woke up, the Jiao Pa had already brought a bowl over. After delivering the food, the Jiao Pa immediately turned back. There were still people who wanted to talk to him. Zhang Tan was not used to the hotel's food. Fortunately, it was still warm, as if it had just been reheated. He forced himself to eat to fill his stomach. When he heard that the children would be going to the amusement park later, Zhang Tan decided to stay in the car. Anyway, with the current amusement facilities and the condition of this small place, there was probably nothing fun to do. He was an adult and had no interest in playing with the children. After eating, Zhang Tan stayed in the back seat for a while. He felt a little bored and wanted to stretch his body. He put his paws on the car window and stretched. When he stretched halfway and looked out the window, he saw a large group of naughty children coming out of the hotel entrance. They were walking towards him. There were boys and girls, ranging from 3-year-olds to children about the same age as the Jiao Yuan. A group of people were walking towards him. A few of the children were holding balloons in their hands. They used the balloons to hit their parents who were hugging them. The parents were happy and smiled as they put their faces forward for the balloons to hit. Zhang Tan felt a pain in his bones. When he saw these naughty children, he felt that his cat life was bleak. Because there were too many children going to the amusement park, everyone split up. Those who had cars each took a few children. In the end, the extra children were all chartered to go to the amusement park. As a result, there were 2 children in the Jiao Pa's car that he did not know. One of them sat in the front passenger seat. Jiao Ma sat in the back with little Pomelo in her arms. There was also Jiao Yuan and another boy around 10 years old that Zhang Tan did not know. The child was also holding a balloon in his hand. When he saw Zhang Tan, he hit Zhang Tan with the balloon. No matter how Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo protested, and no matter what Jiao Ma said, he did not know his place. Zhang Tan could not stand it anymore. He raised his paw and broke the balloon. In the end, it was the Jiao Pa who spoke that the child calmed down for a while. However, it was only for a while. When he sat there, his eyes were still looking at Zheng Tan. Look at the F***CK. Zheng Tan was very unhappy. The amusement park in the city was about a 20-minute drive from here. Every 5 minutes, the Jiaopa had to reprimand the child. Otherwise, the child would spin around like a spinning top. He even reached out to poke Zheng Tan and tried to pull Zheng Tan's tail. When he failed, he tried to pull his ears and beard. However, he was slapped away by Zheng Tan. Zhang Zian could not avoid it either. The car was so small. The naughty child was poking at him even though there was a person between them. Zheng Tan could not run in front and interfere with the Jiaopa's driving. Besides, there was another child in front. Who knew if the one in front would be more difficult to deal with? The Jiao Yuan wanted to beat the child, but he was stopped by the Jiao Ma. If he really beat the child until he cried, they would quarrel again. However, the child was really disobedient. Therefore, the Jiaopa had to warn him every few minutes. Other than the Jiaopa, the child did not listen to anyone. He probably knew that no one else would dare to do anything to him. Zheng Tan suddenly missed Chuhua City. He really wished that time would pass faster. Finally, when they arrived at the amusement park, the naughty child's attention was diverted. He opened the car door and rushed out. "Black Charcoal, do you want to come with us?" the Jiaopa asked after parking the car in the parking lot. Zheng Tan lay on the back seat and did not move. He lowered his ears and ignored Zhang Zian. "Okay, you stay here. There is a cat litter box here. If you need to pee, you can use it." The Jiaopa dragged out a simple cat litter box the size of a shoebox and put it on the ground. Then he left. There was water and some snacks in the car. Now there was even a toilet. The Jiaopa was not afraid that something would happen to Zheng Tan. The car window was closed, but not tightly. There was a small gap. There was no need to worry that someone would break into the car. After all, Zheng Tan was guarding the car. Zheng Tan looked out of the car window. The facilities in the amusement park were as Zheng Tan imagined. They were simple and monotonous. There was no need to think about roller coasters. However, there were similar rides that were enough to entertain the child. Zheng Tan was bored lying on the car seat. He could not sleep. He had not gone out for 2 days. This place was too strange. Zheng Tan was not familiar with the surroundings. Even if he wanted to go out for a walk, the Jiaopa would not allow him to. Therefore, he simply did simple exercises like eating, and sleeping. Unable to sleep, Zheng Tan stood up and looked at the scenery outside the car window. There were no tall buildings around the amusement park. This small city was not developed. Compared to Chuhua City, it was far behind, not to mention Nanqing City, which was further south. This was the so-called urban area. The Jiaopa's hometown was still in the countryside. According to the Jiaopa's plan, he was going there to take a look in November. However, he did not know the exact date. However, for Zheng Tan, it was fine as long as he did not have to face those naughty children. While thinking, Zheng Tan saw a woman in her 40s pass by the car window with a child in her arms. Her footsteps were hurried. Zheng Tan noticed her not because of the person, but because of the child in her arms. Although the child was covered with a coat, because of the close distance, the woman looked back when she passed by, and the coat slipped down, allowing Zheng Tan to see the child's face. Wasn't this the little kid who followed him in the morning? Zheng Tan still remembered the clothes with the little bear pattern. However, the little kid seemed to be in a deep sleep with his eyes closed. After the woman looked back, she pulled the coat that slipped down and covered the child again. Then, she carried the child and walked forward. Not far ahead, there was a motorbike. A man wearing sunglasses rode on it and said something to the woman. Then he raised his hand and lifted the coat that covered the little kid to take a look. Zheng Tan felt that this person was checking if the little kid had a little dick. Then, the man in sunglasses left with the woman. Zheng Tan did not know who the child was, nor did he know who the Jiaopa's relatives were. Originally, he did not want to pay attention to it. Besides, even if he was a little suspicious, he could not go out now. However, in less than 5 minutes, people ran out of the amusement park. The few adults who were with the Jiaopa earlier looked anxious and asked the people around them. Zheng Tan suddenly felt that something was wrong. After thinking about it, there were indeed many suspicious points. Zhang Tan had never encountered such a thing. In the past, he had only heard of people using food or toys to trick children. However, the little kid was not even 1 year old and could not even walk. How could the child be stolen just like that? Weren't there many people around watching? The child's grandmother was also with them. How could the child be stolen? 10 minutes later, the Jiao Pa and Jiao Ma came out. They were in a bad mood. The Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo were tactful and did not say anything. Now, each family had brought their own children. This time, there were 2 children who came to take the bus. However, these 2 children were much more obedient and quiet. One of them even seemed to have cried. The atmosphere in the car was completely different from when they came. The silence in the car was depressing. The Jiao Yuan opened his mouth a few times, but in the end, he did not ask anything. The Jiao Pa sent the child back to his sister's house. Then, he brought the Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo back to the house in town. The old man and old lady did not come back. After sending the Jiao Ma and the 2 children back, the Jiao Pa made a few calls and hurried out. Before the Jiao Pa left, Zhang Tan overheard the conversation between the Jiao Pa and the Jiao Ma in the room. Usually, human traffickers would cheat in a hide in B and sell in C. If they did not find the child as soon as possible, the traffickers would probably kidnap the child elsewhere. That would make it even harder to find the child. Therefore, the Jiao Pa and the others were seizing the time to look for the child. The child was the second child of the Jiao Pa's cousin. Their first child was a girl. It was not easy for them to have a son, and they usually treasured him. But this time, the child's father was busy with business and his mother was hospitalized. They did not have time to take care of the child. There was a nanny at home, but when they went out, the child's grandmother would take care of the child. Originally, the old woman just wanted to take the child out to play. She did not expect that something like this would happen. Now everyone was going crazy. Those who had connections were looking for connections, and those who had channels were looking for channels. The Jiao Pa did not have much time. In this small city that had not yet developed, there were not many places with surveillance cameras. It was not easy to find the child. Zhang Tan remembered his experience of being kidnapped by a cat trafficker. He felt that the child was quite pitiful. The child did not know anything and was not like Zhang Tan who could save himself. Moreover, he was probably drugged. Just like those pet cats, no matter how expensive they were only worth a few dozen yuan if they were made into dishes. Zhang Tan had heard that kidnapped children were sold cheaply for a few thousand yuan. They were treated like treasures at home. In the hands of the traffickers, they were only worth that much. Chapter 108. That night, the Jiao Pa came back very late, and the 2 old people were also brought back by the Jiao Pa. Compared to their energetic state in the morning, the 2 old people were not in good spirits. If not for the fact that they were usually healthy, Zhang Tan suspected that they would have collapsed. After all, no family would have a good time if something like this happened. Also, based on the 2 old people's experience, they probably knew what would happen to the child if he fell into the hands of the human traffickers. That night, many people were destined to lose sleep. Not only did they lose sleep, but the adults were also discussing the matter. At 2 o'clock in the morning, there were still calls to the Jiao Pa to ask about the situation. Zhang Tan did not sleep. He listened to their conversation outside the room, as well as the conversation between the 2 old people. In the past, Zhang Tan did not know much about this. All he had experienced was cat trafficking. But after all, humans were different from cats. Since the child disappeared, the child's father had put down his work and contacted some people to publish a reward notice, which was widely posted in the surrounding provinces and cities. The child's mother had originally been prepared to be discharged, but she was agitated and stayed in the hospital. Child trafficking had been going on for a long time, and such incidents were increasing in the country every year. Some criminal gangs had also begun to organize, and the division of labor was clear. It was difficult to rely on the police in one place to investigate. Moreover, the information they had was limited. A group of people wanted to do it, but they were powerless. However, even if there were not many clues, they still had to look. They had contacted all the people they needed to contact. One more channel, one more hope. At 4 o'clock in the morning, there was another call. The Jiao Pa was afraid that it would be inconvenient if his phone ran out of battery. so he had left his phone and landline number with some people. In the quiet night, the landline phone rang, and people who had just calmed down continued to feel anxious. Many people said that no news was good news. At least it meant that the child was fine. This saying was somewhat self-deceiving. Just like in the current situation, people still hoped for some news. Hearing the phone ring, both the elderly and the children pricked up their ears. The Jiaopa picked up the phone and said a few words. His face was pale. "What's wrong?" The old man put on his coat and walked over. His steps were a little hurried, and he almost tripped over the low stool on the ground. "Nothing. I'm going out for a bit." The Jiaopa hung up the phone and answered. "Bullshit." Grandpa Jiao ignored the low stool he kicked and walked over. He pointed at the Jiaopa and said, "I may be old, but I'm not stupid. I don't have Alzheimer's. Don't try to fool me." Grandpa Shang's voice was a little loud. He was too agitated and couldn't control his emotions well. Jiao Ma and Grandma Shang also came over. The Jiaopa gestured to the Jiao Ma to take care of the children. The Jiao Ma hesitated, sighed, and turned to leave. "Old woman, you should rest too," Grandpa Jiao said to his grandmother. Grandpa Shang always felt that when something happened and there was pressure, the man had to bear it. Even if what was about to happen was cruel, he had to face it. He couldn't let the woman bear it. Grandma Shang also knew Grandpa Jiao's temper. Even if something really happened, they wouldn't say it now. With reddened eyes, the old lady wiped the corners of her eyes and shuffled her feet towards the bedroom. Zhang Tan stood at the door. Since no one was talking about him, he could eavesdrop. "Tell me, why did they call?" Grandpa Jiao sat down on the edge of the bed. He was no longer as imposing as before. "They found an abandoned baby on the bridge. They asked me to go take a look," Jiao Pa said. Grandpa Jiao's hand trembled. Even though he didn't say the whole thing, he understood what he was implying. Since the people on the bridge asked the Jiao Pa to go take a look, it couldn't be a baby girl. In this place, boys were still very precious. Abandoned babies were rare. Since it was abandoned on the bridge at such a time, the chances of the boy being alive was probably not high. Now, Grandpa Jiao's voice trembled. Although he was not his biological grandson, the relationship between relatives was not bad. During the holidays, Yao Hong and her husband would often send gifts to the old master. That little brat was also very popular with the old master. Now that something like this had happened, how could the old master not feel distressed? "I'm not sure yet. I'm just gonna take a look. I didn't tell Hong Jie and the others about this." "Okay, I'll go with you." Grandpa Shang didn't wait for Jiao Pa's objection and said, "My old face is still useful. After all, he was born and raised in this place." He knew some of the older generation. Sometimes, Grandpa Jiao's presence was more useful than Jiao Pa's words. Jiao Pa and Grandpa Jiao went out at around 4 o'clock. The rest of the family didn't feel sleepy. When Jiao Ma came back with breakfast, Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo were sitting at the dining table, yawning nonstop. Obviously, they didn't sleep well the whole night. Zhang Tan's mood was also affected. He didn't have a good appetite and didn't finish his breakfast, which was rare. Jiao Ma didn't say anything. She just sighed. Grandma Shang wanted to go out for a walk after breakfast. She said it was too stuffy in the house. Mama Jiao was worried. She was afraid that the old lady's bad mood would affect her health. As she got older, she had a lot of diseases such as high blood pressure and heart disease. She had to pay more attention to them. Now, the old lady's condition was obviously much worse. If she accidentally fell outside, it would be a big problem. However, Jiao Ma had to take care of the 2 children at home. She couldn't leave. After thinking for a while, Jiao Ma's eyes finally landed on Zhang Tan, who was wandering around the gate. "Black charcoal? Do you want to go out?" Jiao Ma asked. Zhang Tan wagged his tail and jumped up to open the door. He walked to the door and turned to look at Jiao Ma. His intention was clear. "Oh, you really know how to open the door?" Grandma Shang's attention was diverted. "Yeah, I always open the door at home. I don't know how to do it," Jiao Ma said. Grandma Shang thought that Zhang Zian opened the door by pulling the lock from the inside. She didn't think that Zhang Zian could open the door with a key. Besides, there weren't many cats that knew how to open the door. However, there was a cat that knew how to open the door. Therefore, Grandma Sheng didn't think that there was anything strange about Zheng Tan. "Mom, let Black Charcoal go out with you. Let him relax. When he was in Chuhua, he often went to the school. This time, he must be bored out of his mind," Zhao Ma said. Grandma Sheng nodded at Zhao Ma's words. "He won't run around, right? Do you want me to keep him on a leash?" "No, Black Charcoal is very obedient," Zhao Ma quickly said. She didn't have the heart to put a leash on her cat. Zheng Tan listened to Zhao Ma and Grandma Sheng. He pretended to be very obedient. He really did want to go out and get some fresh air. The atmosphere tonight was too heavy. It was a bit depressing and uncomfortable. It was better to go out for a walk. Seeing Grandma Sheng go out, Zheng Tan followed her. He walked beside Grandma Sheng. He didn't run far and he maintained the same speed as Grandma Sheng. Zhao Ma stood at the door and watched for a while. When Grandma Sheng and Zheng Tan were far away, she went back into the house and closed the door. Zheng Tan walked with Grandma Sheng while paying attention to the scenery around him. He had been here for 2 days, but he hadn't properly observed the terrain here. They were surrounded by private residential areas. After walking for more than 100 meters, they came out of the alley. Outside was the street. It was more lively there. Although this area wasn't the center of the city, there were signs that a new district was going to be built. The old factories had been knocked down and were preparing to build commercial buildings. Some areas had been fenced off. When Grandma Sheng walked out of the alley, she suddenly remembered that a cat was following her. She looked to the side and saw that her son's black cat was following her closely. It didn't go anywhere else. It was indifferent when some dogs barked at it. Grandma Sheng was satisfied. No wonder her son spoiled the cat so much. It was really obedient. Grandma Sheng planned to walk along the street for a while after leaving the alley. Zheng Tan didn't care. He wouldn't get lost if he followed Grandma Sheng. As they walked, they passed by a small store. Grandma Sheng went to buy some fruit candies. She wanted to bring them back for Zhao Yuan and the others. "Are you taking your cat out for a walk?" The shop owner looked curiously at the black cat standing by the old lady's feet. Grandma Sheng forced a smile. "Yes, it's my son's cat. He's accompanying me for a walk." The small store owner didn't say much. He weighed the candies and gave Grandma Sheng the change. Grandma Sheng took the fruit candies and walked back with Zheng Tan. Zheng Tan was about to follow when he suddenly saw a familiar figure. A small 3-wheeled motorcycle slowly drove down the street and stopped by the side of the road. The driver got out and walked to the small store to buy cigarettes. Passenger tricycles like this could be seen in many places in the city. They were much cheaper than taxis. Many people would choose to ride them to save money. Zheng Tan looked at the driver. He wasn't wearing sunglasses, and his clothes were different. However, Zheng Tan felt that this person was very similar to the motorcyclist from yesterday. "Black Charcoal, let's go back." Grandma Sheng saw that the cat stopped and didn't follow, so she called out to it. Zheng Tan looked back at Grandma Sheng and continued to stare at the 3-wheeled motorcycle driver who was walking back after buying cigarettes. His gaze landed on the driver's gloves. They were black leather gloves, similar to the motorcyclist from yesterday. When the motorcyclist got on the 3-wheeled motorcycle and shrugged, Zheng Tan was even more certain. The motorcyclist from yesterday also shrugged before he started driving. It was probably a personal habit. Anyway, Zheng Tan didn't see Celestine shrugging when he was riding a motorcycle. Grandma Sheng saw that Zheng Tan didn't pay attention to her. She called out again, but the cat ran away directly. "Black Charcoal, come back! Come back quickly!" Grandma Sheng was anxious. She knew that her son's family treasured this cat. If they lost it, the 2 children would definitely cry when they got back. Didn't they say that cats don't run around? What was going on now? Unfortunately, Grandma Sheng's legs weren't strong enough. After running for 2 steps, she stopped to catch her breath. She was still carrying a bag of things in her hand. The shop owner sat in the shop and watched the black cat run away without caring about Grandma Sheng's calls. He shook his head and whispered, "It's better to bring the dog out for a walk. The cat won't follow you obediently." Zheng Tan kept running forward. The 3-wheeled motorcycle had already started moving. However, due to the construction in front, there were some small stones on the road. The three-wheeled motorcycle didn't go very fast. When the motorcycle turned a corner, Zhang Tan jumped in through the open window. The driver only felt the motorcycle shake a little. He looked in the rearview mirror and didn't find anything unusual. He attributed the cause to the stones on the road. He cursed F*ck the road and continued to drive the three-wheeled motorcycle away. Because there were many construction sites there, the surrounding area was surrounded. It also obstructed some people's view. Plus, the three-wheeled motorcycle just happened to turn a corner, so no one saw Zhang Tan jump into the three-wheeled motorcycle. Zhang Tan was afraid that other passengers would come on the motorcycle. If that happened, even if he hid under the seat, the passengers would be able to see him as long as they looked down. Fortunately, the driver didn't seem to have any intention of picking up passengers. He just kept driving. Zhang Tan looked out from the gap in the curtain. The road behind was a little off. The surroundings seemed to have been planned. There were many old buildings with the word demolished painted on them, but no construction had started. After driving for a while, Zhang Tan suddenly thought, "What if I got the wrong person?" Chapter 109. When the old lady returned home, the Jiao Pa and Grandpa Jiao were already home. Both of them were not in good spirits. After confirming that the baby boy at the bridge was not a little kid, the father and son went to look for a few more people. Then they went to the hospital to comfort Yao Hong. They had just returned home. With empty stomachs, the father and son had not eaten breakfast. The Jiao Ma was busy in the kitchen. The old lady originally wanted to talk about Zhang Tan, but when she saw the Grandpa Jiao, she asked about the child first. When she found out, she could only sigh. She really did not know what to say at this time. Little Pomelo ran out the moment the old lady entered the house. Then, she kept staring at the door, but did not see the cat. But the adults were talking, and she could not interrupt. The Jiao Yuan took the remote control and changed a few channels. He was not in the mood to watch TV, so he lay on the sofa and prepared to sleep. When the Jiao Yuan was about to fall asleep, little Pomelo poked him. "Brother, black charcoal is not back." Jiao Yuan shuddered and all his sleepiness was gone. He looked around and really didn't see his black cat. "Grandma, where is black charcoal?" the Jiao Yuan asked. The old lady slapped her thigh. She had almost forgotten about the child when they talked about it. She quickly told them what happened outside. "Black charcoal ran away?" The Jiao Yuan jumped off the sofa in disbelief. "Black charcoal would not run away," little Pomelo said. The Jiao Pa stopped the two children as they were about to go out. He asked the old lady, "Who do you think black charcoal was looking at?" The old lady thought for a while with a guilty expression. "Someone who went to the convenience store to buy something." The Jiao Pa asked a few more questions. The old lady thought for a while and answered them one by one. The Jiao Pa went back to his room and called someone. When he came out, he asked the Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo to stay at home. "What happened?" Grandpa Jiao stopped the Jiao Pa. The old man was very curious. If the Jiao Pa did not finish the story, he would feel uncomfortable. "I've asked around." After the middle-aged woman who carried Mao Mao away left the amusement park, she walked past the parking lot. "My car was parked there, so she should have passed by my car." According to the surrounding witnesses, the place where the motorbike picked up the person was also nearby. At that time, black charcoal was in the car. It must have seen something. Otherwise, it wouldn't have run around. The person who went to the convenience store to buy things is very suspicious. I'll go to the convenience store and ask about the situation first. The Mao Mao that the Jiao Pa mentioned was the child's nickname. Being able to get some useful information, the Jiao Pa was reinvigorated. He picked up his phone and went out. No matter how the Jiao Pa and the police investigation went, Zhang Tan, who was in the little three-wheeled motorcycle, felt that he had been too impulsive. He had not been fully sure yet, but he had already jumped in. There was no turning back now. He did not know where the car would go. When the car reached the suburbs, there were some houses. However, these houses did not look shabby. They were all 2 or 3 stories high. The little three-wheeled motorcycle drove along a dirt road and stopped in front of a house. After the three-wheeled motorcycle stopped, The driver did not look at the seats inside. He took out his keys and opened the door. Zhang Tan looked around through the gap in the curtains. When he saw that there was no one around, he lifted the curtains and jumped out. He hid behind a tree. There were a lot of weeds around here. It was very suitable for hiding. Zhang Tan looked at the two-story building with white tiles in front of him. It was similar to the houses around it. There was nothing special about it. However, the windows and doors were tightly shut. The windows on the second floor were one-way glass. It was impossible to see what was inside from the outside. Zhang Tan hid in the grass behind the tree for a while. In the end, he found a tree and jumped up. He lay on a branch and looked at the building through the gaps in the leaves. The surroundings were very quiet. There were not many residents in the area. Occasionally, he saw a few people loitering outside. While Zhang Tan was observing the small building, she learned from the conversations of the passers-by that this area was going to undergo urban development. Those who had land had received quite a sum of compensation and were preparing to move away. Some spent their days looking for a place to live, while others decided to move to other places. This was why there were not many people around. Just as Zhang Tan was about to fall asleep, the window on the second floor of the building was pulled open. A middle-aged woman was splashing water outside. It was that person. Zhang Tan was shocked. He felt that this trip was worth it. After the middle-aged woman finished splashing water, she closed the window again. Zhang Tan walked around the two-story building. It was really difficult to find a way in. This building did not have a backyard. He could not climb over the wall. The windows on the first floor were also tightly shut. The only two windows that were open were installed with anti-theft nets. Zhang Tan could not squeeze in at all. Thus, he could only enter from the second floor. It would be better if he had a phone. He could directly send an anonymous message to the Jiaopa. Unfortunately, he could not find a phone nearby. If he called Zhang Tan, he could not speak. He could not tell others the address. It was better to do it himself. At least, he had to make sure that the little brat was still here. When Zhang Tan walked around the two-story building, he did not hear the cries of the child. He could not even hear people talking. He originally wanted to wait until nighttime. However, Zhang Tan heard from the Jiaopa and the others that the longer he waited, the more dangerous it would be. It was better to act early. He visually estimated the height of the second floor. The front of the building was covered with white tiles. The sides and the back of the building were not covered with tiles. The walls were rough and uneven. If he really wanted to climb, he could do it. The windows on the side of the second floor were tightly shut. There was an open window at the back. It was just an ordinary window. When there was no one around, Zhang Tan tested the wall. After making sure that his claws could use the rough surface of the wall to climb up, he began to move. Zhang Tan felt that he was now like Spider-Man, walking along the wall. However, if the wall was smooth, it would be more difficult. When he came to the open window at the back, Zhang Tan listened to the movements inside. After making sure that there was no one around the window, he climbed in through the small window. It looked like a utility room. There were a few cardboard boxes. It seemed that no one had cleaned it for a while. There was a layer of dust on the cardboard boxes. The door was closed, but the good thing was that the door lock seemed to be broken. It was only closed, and Zhang Tan could open it slightly with her claws. Carefully squeezing out through the crack in the door, Zhang Tan listened. He did not hear anyone around. He went to the room in front. It was not big. There was only one bed. There were a few pieces of clothes that belonged to a middle-aged woman on the bed. There were no baby products. Strange. Where was she? The three-wheeled motorcycle driver had come in. The middle-aged woman must be here too. However, why was there no movement? After looking around, there was a room on the second floor that was tightly shut. Zhang Tan put his ear to the door and vaguely heard a sound. There was soundproofing inside. Feeling the vibration approaching, Zhang Tan quickly rushed under the bed in the room in front. The next moment, the tightly shut door opened. Zhang Tan heard a conversation inside. There was a woman's voice and two men's voices. The woman was definitely the middle-aged woman. One of the men was the three-wheeled motorcycle driver, and the other sounded slightly older. Zhang Tan listened to them talk about big goods, little goods, and so on. They also talked about treating illnesses. The middle-aged woman was complaining about something, and the three of them were arguing. After listening for a long time, Zhang Tan realized that the so-called big goods were actually boys and little goods were girls. This should be a jargon. However, when he heard people being compared to goods, Zhang Tan felt very uncomfortable. Was human life so cheap? They originally had 3 children, 2 boys and 1 girl. However, one of the boys was sick when they were shipped here. They did not want to treat the boy's illness. Other than the problem of money, they did not want to be too troublesome and expose themselves. Therefore, they just threw the boy on the bridge. Zhang Tan guessed that it was probably the baby that Jiao Pa and Grandpa Jiao rushed over to see at 4 o'clock in the morning. There was also a girl who seemed to have been fed an overdose of sleeping pills. She was a little slow and probably stupid. Zhang Tan thought of those people who used tranquilizer guns to shoot dogs. They did not care about the dose that different dogs could withstand. They just shot them directly and many dogs would die immediately. As for humans, there was also a great risk, especially for children. The slightest carelessness was related to life. Even if the child was lucky, the child's brain development and intelligence would be seriously damaged. Not to mention such a small baby. The 3 of them were arguing about these 2 things. The man with the old voice said that he had already contacted someone to pick up the goods. However, there were 2 problems in a row. It was the other 2 people's carelessness. It was their fault and they lost 40,000 yuan. Zhang Tan did not know how they contacted the buyer. The price for a boy was 30,000 yuan, and the price for a girl was 10,000 yuan. The person said that this was a rare high price, but it was ruined. Now there was only a boy left. Otherwise, they could have earned another 40,000 yuan. $40,000 for 2 lives. And they were children who couldn't even speak. Zhang Tan felt that these people were King inhumane. However, at the same time, Zhang Tan was also glad. The remaining boy was probably the Mao little brat that the Jiao Pa and the others were anxiously looking for. The old man's very good-looking baby boy that was just brought over yesterday could indeed match Mao. Since he had found the place and the person, how could he contact the Jiao Pa and the others? Zhang Tan was troubled. The door of the room was tightly shut. The middle-aged woman and the 3-wheeled motorcycle driver came out. The old man was still inside. He did not know what he was doing. Perhaps he was contacting the buyer or negotiating the price. The 3-wheeled motorcycle driver smoked a cigarette and went downstairs. The middle-aged woman came into the room, opened the drawer and took out a box. Zhang Tan heard the sound and guessed that it was jewelry. After a while, when the middle-aged woman left and went downstairs, Zhang Tan listened to the movements around him. He came out from under the bed and looked at the layout of the room again. It would be difficult for him to deal with 3 people alone. Moreover, these 3 people were obviously not good people. He could not be impulsive. After rummaging through the drawer and the small bag hanging at the side, Zhang Tan found a box of medicine. Zhang Tan shook his beard and narrowed his eyes. Diet medicine? Looking at the teapot on the side, Zhang Tan took out the medicine. Chapter 110. Zhang Tan had to thank little Wimp's mother. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known the effects of this medicine. When the Jiao Pa and Jiao Ma were talking, Zhang Tan heard them clearly. Moreover, they were talking about this brand of weight loss medicine. The medicine was a capsule. Zhang Tan casually found a piece of paper and hid under the bed to open the medicine. It was impossible to throw the whole capsule into the teapot. So Zhang Tan had to get the powder out of the capsule. Cat claws weren't easy to do, but after all, he had used them many times, so they were much more flexible. It was just opening the capsule, so it wasn't too troublesome. After getting the white powder out of the capsule, Zhang Tan poured the powder into the teapot and put some into the teacups on the table. He didn't know what tea leaves were in the teacups, and Zhang Tan didn't know what they were. He hoped that it wouldn't affect the medicine's effects. After doing all this, Zhang Tan heard some movement from the stairs, so he quickly hid under the bed. He didn't know if the side effects that the Jiao Pa mentioned would happen, but Zhang Tan could only try. The person who came in was still the same auntie. Zhang Tan was puzzled. This auntie was a woman in her 40s. From what he remembered, She wasn't very fat, yet she was still taking weight loss medicine. Moreover, when Zhang Tan was rummaging through the drawers, he saw a jewelry box with many gold necklaces and gold earrings. No one would criticize you for being vain, but these gold and silver jewelry were all bought with the money from selling the children, right? It was said that women were emotional creatures, so no matter what, they should have some maternal instincts when facing children, right? What was this auntie thinking when she stole the children? Little Wimp and the other two poor children were probably just a part of the many children she sold. Who knew how many years they had been in this business, but they seemed to be quite skilled. Zhang Tan felt that he was already a scumbag when he was a human. He didn't expect that, after turning into a cat, he would still be able to see people who were so shameless. Just as Zhang Tan was thinking, the auntie came to the bedside and sat down. She picked up the cup of tea leaves and drank 2 mouthfuls. She frowned. She felt that the taste was not right, and the tea was already a little cold. She opened the window, poured out the tea in the cup, and picked up the teapot to pour another cup. After taking 2 sips, she still felt that the taste was different from before. However, the little 3-wheeled motorcycle driver downstairs was urging her to make lunch, so she didn't think too much about it. She finished the tea in the cup and hurried downstairs. Zhang Tan couldn't see the woman's movements, but he could roughly guess what she was doing from her voice. Hearing the sound of the auntie drinking water, Zhang Tan was relieved. However, he wasn't sure whether it was effective or not. How much did the auntie drink? How much did she drink? Could she produce the effect that the Jiaopa mentioned? Zhang Tan didn't know. However, as long as he could weaken their power, it would be fine. Otherwise, Zhang Tan could only find an opportunity to destroy them one by one. After a while, the smell of food came from downstairs. Zhang Tan was a little hungry, but at this time, he could only endure it. This was his own fault, so even if it was uncomfortable, he had to endure it. Squatting under the bed, Zhang Tan thought about his next plan. In fact, he didn't have a specific plan. He could only take one step at a time. He didn't know these people, and he couldn't expose himself. What should he do? Those people were eating lunch, but the old man didn't come out of the room. It was the auntie who brought the food in. Zhang Tan suspected that the old man couldn't move. If that was the case, it would be more advantageous for Zhang Tan. It was noon. He didn't know what the Jiaopa was doing. What would they do when they found out that he was missing? Zhang Tan still remembered the old lady's exasperated screams when he ran to the 3-wheeled motorcycle. He didn't know if he would be scolded when he went back. After lunch, the 3 of them discussed something in the room. After the auntie came out, she went back to her room to sleep. Zhang Tan listened to the conversation between her and the 3-wheeled motorcycle driver. It seemed that they were going to take action at night. Were they going to move the children tonight? Were they going to ship them to a foreign buyer? Time was running out, and Zhang Tan felt that he had to do something. After a while, the 3-wheeled motorcycle driver came over. He was going to buy the bus ticket. He came over to greet the auntie and ask if there was anything else he wanted to buy. However, after he called out a few times at the door, the auntie didn't respond. Zhang Tan's ears twitched, and he listened to the abnormal breathing of the person on the bed. Was the medicine working? After the 3-wheeled motorcycle driver called out a few more times, he opened the door impatiently. However, he found that the person on the bed didn't look right. Her limbs were spasming, and she looked like she was having difficulty breathing. "Hey, what's wrong with you? What's going on?" The 3-wheeled motorcycle driver walked to the bedside and asked a few more questions. There was still no response. The person on the bed had a very high body temperature. Coupled with the symptoms, the 3-wheeled motorcycle driver was scared. He quickly ran to the closed door and knocked on it. "Uncle Hook, open the door. Something's wrong." When the old man opened the door, his voice was filled with anxiety. "What's wrong? What's wrong?" The 3-wheeled motorcycle driver pointed at the person on the bed. "She seems to be sick. Uncle, is it epilepsy?" After listening to the 3-wheeled motorcycle driver, the old man calmed down a lot. As long as no one came to investigate, it wasn't a big deal. Bad luck. Something went wrong at the crucial moment. The old man scolded. "Uncle Hook, do you have any medicine? We can't let her stay like this forever." The plan for tonight's operation has already been arranged. We can't do it without her. I'm a grown man, and I can't bring a child so far away. I'm guessing that the moment we leave the station, we will be targeted by the police. You also said that we can't give the child sleeping pills anymore. That won't sell for a good price. Only she has the means to coax the child. I really can't take care of the child, the three-wheeled motorcycle driver said anxiously. The old man spat and scolded a few more times. After that, he asked the three-wheeled motorcycle driver to bring the person to a small clinic not too far from here. That clinic is closed. The boss is preparing to buy a house in the city. When I came back today, the door was closed and no one was there. The three-wheeled motorcycle driver said. Then see which hospital is closest to here. Send her there. Try to avoid people as much as possible. AI, of course I know. She put on makeup today. This place is also far from the amusement park. If we go out, no one will recognize her. Zhang Tan watched them busy for a while. The three-wheeled motorcycle driver took the auntie away. Hearing the sound of the three-wheeled motorcycle driving away, Zhang Tan let out a long sigh of relief. If it was only the old man, it would be much easier. But that old man has been hiding in the room all this time. How could he lure him out? Zhang Tan ran downstairs. The layout downstairs was much simpler. The motorcycle that the three-wheeled motorcycle driver used to ride was there. The bedroom downstairs should be where the three-wheeled motorcycle driver slept. It was a little messy and there was nothing special about it. The windows downstairs were installed with anti-theft nets. Zhang Tan gave up on the plan of jumping out of the window. After thinking for a while, he opened the door. Even if someone came in to steal something, Zhang Tan was not afraid. After all, it was not his house. These people deserved to be robbed. It was good that someone came in. The sooner they found out the old man's secret. After looking around, Zhang Tan went upstairs again. Zhang Tan looked around and then went to the auntie's room. He held the teacup and threw it at the window. Pa! There was a hole in the window. The teacup was also thrown out. These three people were so strict with outsiders. That meant that many people around them did not know that they were selling children. Zhang Tan felt that since he could not do it himself, he should get help from others. Zhang Tan continued to look for things to throw out of the window. Anyway, it was not his house. He did not feel bad about it. Teapot, kicked. Table, flipped. All the drawers were pulled out and thrown on the floor. Things were thrown everywhere. There was also a box of jewelry that the auntie had hidden. It was also thrown on the floor. Gold chains, gold earrings, etc. were all thrown on the floor. The sound of the window being smashed attracted many people who lived around. Someone saw that the door of the house was open and called out twice at the door. No one answered, but no one came in. Recently, many families had quarreled over the distribution of land compensation. There were also people who were injured because of this. The people around thought that it was probably because of this, so no one wanted to get involved. Besides, they were not familiar with this family. They just stood at the door and watched, talking among themselves. The old man inside actually heard the noise outside. He opened the thick curtains a little and looked outside. After hesitating for a while, he still did not open the door. He called the other two people, but they did not pick up. The old man had a bad feeling. He walked around the 10-square-meter room twice, lit a cigarette and sat there smoking. There was a knife with a blood groove beside his hand. If it was just a thief, the old man was not afraid. It was fine as long as it was not the police. If the things outside were stolen, then so be it. As for the losses, he could earn it back by doing a few transactions. After sitting for a while, he still felt nervous. The old man picked up a white plastic wine bottle beside him, unscrewed the lid, poured a cup of wine, and drank 2 mouthfuls. The wine could embolden the old man, and the ruthlessness in his eyes became stronger. Although his leg was a little injured, it did not affect his decisiveness. The narrow room was filled with smoke, and the little boy on the crib moved his eyelids. It was probably because the sleeping pills had worn off, and he looked like he was about to wake up. Zhang Tan saw that the old man was still holed up inside, and the people outside did not come in. He could not help but feel a little angry. He glanced at the messy things on the floor, and then looked at the closed door. Since the old man did not come out, then he would directly use force. He could not wait for the little three-wheel driver to come back. If that happened, then all his efforts would be wasted. He heard the noise outside and did not open the door. Then the old man would not open the door even if he went to knock. Zhang Tan observed the door of the auntie's room and the closed door of the room. They looked about the same. If it was only this kind of door, he could still kick it open. He could not hesitate anymore. Zhang Tan came to the door, took a few steps back, took a deep breath, sped up, jumped up, and used all his strength to kick the door lock. Originally, Zhang Tan planned to kick the door open within 3 times. He did not expect that this time, the door would be directly kicked open. The old man inside had just drunk wine and was about to come out with the knife to take a look. Just as he approached the door suddenly opened with a bang, directly hitting his head. Chapter 111. Zhang Tan, who was about to kick the old man a few more times, saw the fire spreading and didn't care about him anymore. He kicked the knife in the old man's hand to one side, then ran to the crib and looked at the little brat inside. The little brat had already woken up and looked like he was about to cry. However, after seeing Zhang Tan, his face that was about to cry calmed down and he even started to laugh. What the hell was he laughing at? Zhang Tan couldn't care about anything else. The fire was getting stronger, and the heat in the air was getting stronger. If he continued to stay here, it would be difficult for him to breathe, and it would be very harmful to the little brat. Zhang Tan hurriedly lifted the little brat up, then started to run with his 2 legs. Stepping over the old man blocking the door, Zhang Tan carried the little brat and ran downstairs. The old man who had fallen to the ground covered his head, and was about to get up when he suddenly felt a black figure jump over him. Because his head had been hit, and when he fell to the ground, the back of his head hit the stool on the ground. He was a little dizzy, and couldn't see things clearly. The old man couldn't see anything from the black figure, but the one above the black figure was very familiar, right? It was the big one. Someone had snatched the big one away. The old man's mind wasn't very clear, and his vision was blurry. His sense of distance wasn't very strong, and as long as he was a little more clear-headed, he wouldn't be able to connect that little black figure to a person. The fire around him was getting stronger and stronger, and the old man slowly realized that he couldn't stay here for long. Holding onto the door frame, he stood up, but after a few breaths, he felt that his mind was getting more and more muddled. This was a narrow little room, and the doors and windows were similar to other rooms. The only special thing was that the windows were covered with thick curtains, and the walls and door were covered with sound-absorbing cotton. This was to prevent the conversation inside from leaking out, or the cries of the baby from leaking out. Perhaps some could be heard outside the door, but outside the building it was fine as long as the people outside couldn't hear. The requirements weren't high, so they kept the original wooden door. This was also the reason why Zhang Tan was able to succeed with a kick. Of course, there was also a coincidence that even Zhang Tan didn't expect. No matter what, Zhang Tan wanted to quickly carry little Wimp out and settle the matter. But when he reached the staircase on the first floor, Zhang Tan stopped in his tracks. He had almost forgotten that there were still some onlookers standing outside the entrance of this small building. He couldn't just carry the little brat out like this. Zhang Tan placed little Wimp on the ground floor of the first floor. Seeing that little Wimp was still looking at him, he laughed so hard that saliva was coming out of his mouth. Zhang Tan raised his hand and poked him. He hoped to poke this little brat until he cried. As long as he cried, the people outside would come in, right? Unfortunately, the little brat laughed even more happily. Zhang Tan. Left with no choice, Zhang Tan walked behind little Wimp and pushed him outside. Little Wimp thought that Zhang Tan was playing with him, so he was pushed forward while lying on the ground. He didn't even know that his sleeves were dirty. "Hey, is there a child inside?" a resident said as he looked inside. "Looks like it. It looks like he's crawling out." The first floor was a little dark. Looking from the light to the dark, many details couldn't be seen clearly. However, Zhang Tan could clearly see the reactions of the people outside. Little Wimp was originally playing happily when he suddenly realized that the pushing force was gone. When he looked back, there was nothing. When he looked forward, there was a bunch of strangers. Wah! Finally seeing little Wimp cry, Zhang Tan heaved a sigh of relief. There were already people coming in from outside. After standing at the staircase on the second floor and watching little Wimp being carried away, Zhang Tan also jumped out of the utility room that he came in from. It was easier to climb up, but more difficult to climb down. Fortunately, there wasn't anyone behind this small building. Zhang Tan slowly slid down from the window on the second floor and jumped to the ground. When he walked to the front of the small building, many people had already seen the burning curtains on the second floor and smelled the burnt smell. Some called the police, some rushed to the rescue. Zhang Tan saw that the old man was dragged out. He seemed to still be alive, but he had fainted. Just as he was looking, a police car drove over. They just called the police. Why are they here so quickly? Some of the residents were curious. Zhang Tan looked behind the police cars. The Jiaopa's car was also there. He immediately felt relieved. This way, little Wimp didn't need to look for the police. He could directly be taken away by the Jiaopa. After putting out the fire, the Jiaopa had already found little Wimp, who was being hugged by the residents and crying at the top of his lungs. Little Wimp's father also drove over and hugged him. The father and son cried together. The Jiaopa called the other relatives and elders to let them know that they were safe. Then, he looked at a spot on little Wimp's back that looked like a cat's paw print. He walked to the side, looked at the surrounding bushes, and shouted in a low voice, "Black charcoal? Come out quickly. I know you're around." Hearing the Jiaopa's shout, Zhang Tan poked his head out from behind a tree. Seeing the black cat's head, the Jiaopa, who was about to smile and call his cat over, had a strange expression on his face. Little Wimp's father saw the old man being dragged out by the residents and was a little agitated. If it weren't for the few police officers holding him back, he probably would have gone over and kicked him. Many of the residents were watching the development of the situation and didn't pay attention to the Jiaopa. A leading police officer walked over and chatted with the Jiaopa for a while. "It's confirmed that it's him. We also found a few phones upstairs. Due to the fire, they were damaged to varying degrees. However, all the information we need is on them. We will investigate further based on the call records and numbers. However, these people don't usually use their real names. Once they feel that something is wrong, they will change their phone number and even their code name. We can't say how much we can find for now." "Okay. Thank you for your hard work." The Jiaopa paused and asked again, "Did you find out the cause of the fire?" "There's a speculation. The old man likes to drink high alcohol content liquor. I don't know where he got it from, but there might be some industrial alcohol in it. The old man likes to smoke, and the weather has been good lately. Otherwise, it wouldn't have caught fire so easily. You haven't seen the house before. There are a lot of flammable things in there, and some low-quality sound-absorbent cotton. Not only did it catch fire, it also produced a lot of poisonous gas. The old man inhaled a lot of it. However, the old man was lucky. A few days ago, a nightclub also caught fire due to some unknown reasons. Some of the things in there burned and produced hydrogen cyanide. If it had happened here today, the old man would have died. Hydrogen cyanide was a deadly poison. The Jiaopa was very clear about this. "How's the old man now?" the Jiaopa asked. Knowing that it wasn't his cat that started the fire, the Jiaopa felt a lot more at ease. He was dragged out in time. He survived, but he won't be able to live for long. With all the crimes he committed, the law won't let him live. It was October, and the weather was good. Many people were still wearing short sleeves and busily working. The policeman who talked to the Jiaopa had sweat all over his forehead. At this time, a policeman came to look for him. He said a few words to the Jiaopa and left. Zhang Tan listened to the conversation between the policeman and the Jiaopa from the bushes. He knew that they had been investigating the three-wheeled motorcycle driver. When they were at the hospital, they had arrested him and the woman. At the same time, they had also found a silly baby girl in the three-wheeled motorcycle driver's car. The three-wheeled motorcycle driver was going to find a place to throw the baby away. The Jiaopa stopped paying attention. They were either investigating the human traffickers or focusing on the child. "Black charcoal, Go back to the car and stay there for a while, the Jiaopa said as he walked towards the parking lot. As he walked, he glanced at his cat, and the corner of his eyes twitched. Opening the car door, the Jiaopa asked Zhang Tan to get into the car. It would probably be a while before they left. There were some snacks in the car for Zhang Tan to eat. Zhang Tan didn't care about anything else. After getting into the car, he grabbed the snacks and opened them to eat. There were still some stains on his feet, and he stepped on the car seat. The Jiaopa didn't say anything when he saw this. He lifted Zhang Tan up and checked. The Jiaopa didn't find any injuries on his cat. He was walking and running normally, and his appetite was still very good. Black charcoal. Thank you for your hard work, the Jiaopa said in the end. He really had to thank his cat for this. Otherwise, they wouldn't be investigating the three-wheeled motorcycle. The Jiaopa glanced at his cat again, sighed, closed the car door, and walked towards the house. Zhang Tan didn't care about what happened there. Moreover, he felt that since the Jiaopa was able to detect some of the things he did, he would definitely help cover up some of the traces. The Jiaopa would make up some nonsense that didn't make sense. Anyway, he wasn't worried. He had saved the child, so he just needed to fill his stomach first. After eating and drinking, Zhang Tan didn't do anything else. He leaned against the car window and looked at the crowd outside. There were more and more residents gathering around. There was no lack of people in the world who wanted to see what was going on. Yawning, Zhang Tan leaned against the back seat and closed his eyes to rest. He hadn't slept much since last night. Now that he was relaxed, he felt a little tired. After some time, Zhang Tan heard the car door open. He opened his eyes and saw the Jiaopa coming in. He looked out the window again. Other than the 2 police cars that were still parked there, the other cars were preparing to leave. The Jiaopa and the child's father didn't go back first. They went to the hospital first, where the child's mother was. I'll go to the hospital first. Do you still want to stay in the car? The Jiaopa asked after parking the car. Zhang Tan's ears twitched, and the tip of his tail wagged twice. He didn't have any intention of getting up. Okay. After closing the car door, the Jiaopa and the others walked towards the hospital. Knowing that their child was fine, the adults and the elderly were so happy that they cried. That had nothing to do with Zhang Tan. He just wanted to go back and take a good shower and catch up on sleep. When they entered the hospital, there were a few people together. When they came out, it was only the Jiaopa. The people in the hospital were too enthusiastic. The child's father even pulled the Jiaopa to thank him properly. The Jiaopa said that he had something to do and left first. When he returned to his house, the Jiaoma was waiting at the door. The 2 children rushed out as soon as they heard the noise. They were told that their cat was fine over the phone, so they waited in the living room. They didn't even want to watch the TV. Black charcoal. The Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo both ran out. However, when Zhang Tan came out of the car, the Jiao Ma and the 2 children's expressions were a little strange. Previously, Zhang Tan felt that there was something wrong with the Jiao Pa's expression, but he didn't think too much about it. He just thought that what happened to him this time was a little strange. But now, even if he couldn't figure it out, Zhang Tan knew that something was wrong. Little Pomelo pointed at Zhang Tan and said in surprise, "Black charcoal? Your beard? Beard?" Previously, when they were in the small building, Zhang Tan had focused all her attention on how to bring the little wimp out of the burning room and how to make sure that the little wimp was discovered without implicating herself, so she did not pay attention to anything else. Zhang Tan, who was walking towards the house, turned around and jumped into the car. He climbed into the driver's seat and stretched his neck to look at himself in the rearview mirror. Then, the alpaca in his heart started running again. Chapter 112. Zhang Tan stared at the rearview mirror for half a minute, and even looked at it from different angles. In the end, he realized that not a single strand of his beard was intact. The originally black, straight, and resilient strands of beard were now F*King curly. Cats not only had beards on both sides of their mouths, but they also had beards on other parts of their bodies, such as above their eyes, cheeks, and chins. However, people didn't call them beards, and they were easy to overlook. Sometimes, some people called the beards above their eyes eyebrows. Now, Zhang Tan's fur was almost all burned off in the places with long beards, but the beards on both sides of his mouth were more obvious. The eyebrows were curled, and the beards were curled, and they were curled unevenly. Zhang Tan wanted to smash the rearview mirror. However, considering that this was a new car that the Jiaopa had just bought a few days ago, Zhang Tan endured it. Jumping out of the car, Zhang Tan covered his ears, ignored the others, and walked straight into the house. "Did Black Charcoal get hurt?" asked the Jiao Ma. "I think so." The Jiao Pa nodded. The Jiao Ma decided to comfort her cat and make more delicious food for dinner. Little Pomelo was very anxious when she knew that her cat's beard was burned off. She was relieved when the Jiao Pa explained that it would grow back after a while. However, even though he knew that his beard would grow back in the future, Zhang Tan was still in a bad mood. After entering the house, he stayed in the room. Every once in a while, he would jump on the table and look at himself in the mirror. He was in a bad mood when he saw the curled beard. In the end, Zhang Tan made a decision. After looking through a few rooms, he saw a pair of scissors on the old lady's bedside table. Zhang Tan took the scissors and put it in front of little Pomelo, who had been following behind him. "Cut the beard." Little Pomelo looked at the scissors on the floor and was a little worried. Zhang Tan pushed the scissors closer to little Pomelo, meaning, "Cut it." Instead of cutting off Zhang Tan's beard, little Pomelo first asked the Jiao Pa for confirmation. Then, she picked up the scissors and carefully cut off the curly cat's whiskers one by one. The parts that were not burned by the fire were still preserved and had not been cut off. Because the beard was not very regular when it was burned, the length of the curls was also different, so after cutting it, it was obviously long and short, looking very awkward. The roots of a cat's whiskers were covered with nerves, which allowed them to detect slight movements. It was said that they could even feel something as light as a milligram brushing past them. They could even distinguish the airflow and direction of the wind. Because of the importance of whiskers to cats, little Pomelo was very serious. The Jiao Yuan watched from the side and did not even dare to breathe loudly. He was afraid that if he made any noise, he would disturb little Pomelo and cut off the cat's whiskers. The Jiao Pa, who was sitting on the sofa, actually wanted to say that as long as the roots of the whiskers were not damaged, it did not matter how much was cut off or how little was cut. However, seeing the two children's nervous faces and the obviously depressed cat, the Jiao Pa did not say anything. After cutting the whiskers, little Pomelo and the Jiao Yuan, who was watching from the side, both let out a sigh of relief. Little Pomelo put the curly cat's whiskers in a small plastic bag and put it in a box to keep it. Zhang Tan raised his paw and touched the whiskers. They were obviously much shorter. The shortest whiskers were almost touching the cat's mouth. F***ck, it was not easy to be a hero, but the price was the curly whiskers that were burned. Jumping on the table and looking at the mirror on the table, Zhang Tan tilted his face and looked at himself from a few different angles. He felt that without the whiskers, the cat's aura suddenly changed from mighty and domineering to wretched and funny. It was really frustrating. "Don't worry, the whiskers will grow back soon," little Pomelo comforted him. Zhang Tan wagged his tail. It would definitely grow back, but how long would it take for it to become the same as before? No one could say for sure. Could be a week or two or more than a month or even longer. There was no absolute answer. Different cats seemed to have different whiskers growing at different speeds. This was the Jiao Pa's conclusion. The most depressing moment for Zhang Tan was when the Grandpa Jiao came back. Knowing that it was his son's black cat that they were able to find the little brat so quickly, the Grandpa Jiao bought a big fish when he passed by the market to reward the cat. However, when he got home, he found that the whiskers on both sides of the cat's face were short and uneven. The old man was curious and insisted on asking the Jiao Pa why. The Jiao Pa said that there was a fire at the human trafficker's place and that his cat was burned there. The old man was a little distressed when he heard that, but then he started to laugh. After a day of depression, he was finally able to relax. He laughed very loudly, which made the two children unhappy. "Aya, it's nothing. Many people in our village have cats. There are many who have their whiskers burned by the stove in the winter. They'll grow back soon. It's okay, but this cat's movements will probably be affected." The old man sat on the sofa and reached out to touch Zhang Tan's whiskers. Zhang Tan turned his head and slapped the old man's hand away. "Oh, you're angry." The Grandpa Jiao was not angry when his hand was slapped away. After this incident, the old man felt that this cat was indeed very rare. Hearing his grandson say that his cat was in a bad mood because it had lost its whiskers, the Grandpa Jiao was a little suspicious, but he did not continue to tease it. The old man had never thought about how a cat could be in a bad mood, but after this incident, he knew that this cat was intelligent, so he did not say anything more. The old people believed in some sayings. In the early years in his hometown, people had to respect animals with intelligence, but the old man looked at the cat in front of him and could not bring himself to respect it. No matter how he looked at it, it was funny. He just wanted to tease it. Shaking his head, the old man put his hands behind his back and walked to the kitchen. He saw the old lady cooking fish and was even pointing at it. The old lady chased him out with a spatula. In the end, he went to the living room to watch TV with the children. The little boy's parents called to thank them and said that they wanted to treat the Jiaopa and the others to a meal. They even wanted to bring the cat. This was the first time they had formally invited a cat to a meal, but the Jiaopa rejected them. The little boy's mother was still lying in the hospital and probably could not be discharged for the time being. They were all relatives and friends, so there was no need to go through so much trouble. Grandpa Jiao also said that those who were sick should rest and those who were taking care of the child should take care of the child. He was afraid that this incident would traumatize the child. They had to check if there were any side effects of the sleeping pills. If they wanted to thank him, they would have plenty of opportunities to do so in the future. Since the Grandpa Jiao had said so, the little boy's parents did not insist. They only said that they would have a gathering during the new year, and they would definitely treat them well. In fact, many people only knew that Associate Professor Jiao's cat was responsible for finding the three-wheeled motorcycle driver. As for what happened in the building where the human traffickers were hiding, they did not think that the cat was responsible. They only thought that someone else was involved, which led to the series of events that followed. After all, no one would have thought that a cat could create such trouble for the human traffickers. Even the Jiaopa would not have thought that his cat could carry a child and run downstairs. Since the cat was not involved, there were many suspicious points in the case. The investigation was still ongoing. However, since the cause of the fire could not be found, and the old man was not very clear-headed, they could not get anything out of him. Now, their work temporarily shifted from the direction of the fire to the search for the three human traffickers. Human traffickers were involved in a wide range of transactions. For example, the three that were caught this time, there were people above them who were in contact with even more human traffickers who sold children. It could be in the city or the province, or it could be in other provinces. Therefore, according to the information at hand, the work in the future would be even more difficult. Now, some people were rubbing their hands and preparing to do big things in order to be promoted. They would not keep thinking about how the small building caught fire, or how the little boy climbed downstairs. Just 5 hours after the old man was caught, one of the provincial public security department's highway traffic police detachment drove a police car to a toll station. They found a suspicious woman carrying a baby. When they questioned her, the woman looked panicked and full of loopholes. After more questioning, the woman finally confessed that she had broken the law. And in these two cases, there were parts that were related. They had people in common. After the investigation, through the unified feedback of the investigation results, more than 200 people were involved in the investigation within half a year. More than 100 children were involved in the investigation. A nationwide arrest operation had begun. However, that was a story for later. Let's not talk about it for now. Zhang Tan would not pay special attention to the child trafficking cases. He was now squatting on the sofa in distress. Many people said that a beard was like a ruler or a snail's antennae. It could help a cat detect the width of the road, so that it could move freely and accurately. Without a beard, their movements would become sluggish and lifeless. For Zhang Tan, it was not sluggish or lifeless. It was just that he was not used to it. Hearing it from others was one thing, but the one who felt it the most was Zhang Tan himself. Previously, when he was in a bad mood, Zhang Tan put all his thoughts on the burnt beard. But now, after calming down, he realized that it did feel like something was missing. It was not entirely a psychological effect, but a real feeling. Usually, he did not pay much attention to it, but when he slept at night, in the dead of the night, Zhang Tan always felt that his senses had become a little sluggish. As an extremely important tactile organ for cats, the function of the beard was also reflected. They were a supplement to the visual senses. After losing the beard, Zhang Tan truly understood the function of the long beard. The long beard above the eyes and on the cheeks could remind Zhang Tan of objects that were harmful to the eyes and other parts of the face. After touching them, he would avoid them, so that he would not bump into them without seeing them. Usually, he would sleep and eat as usual. His appetite was not bad. Zhang Tan would not let his stomach suffer because of losing the beard. However, he did feel uncomfortable and did not feel smooth. Sometimes, Zhang Tan would feel uneasy. He did not know if it was the aftereffects of losing the beard. Could it be that he was too sensitive? Zhang Tan lay on the sofa and pondered. However, before Zhang Tan could adjust his state of mind, the National Day holiday was almost over. Because of the incident with the little brat, everyone did not go back to their hometown. They only stayed in town for a few days, then prepared to return to Chuhua City. Before leaving, Grandpa Jiao even told the Jiaopa to bring the cats back for the new year. When the time came, he would make a beautiful cat bed for them. The Jiaopa only smiled and did not say much. They knew that their cats always slept on the bed. Knowing that they were going back to Chuhua, Zhang Tan's mood improved a little. Chapter 113. Zhang Tan didn't leave the house for the first week after returning to the eastern courtyard. After the National Day holiday, Jiao Wei and the others started their classes. At noon, Jiao Wei picked up little Pomelo for lunch at the small restaurant and brought a portion back for Zhang Tan. After the holiday, when Jiao Wei saw Zhang Tan, he didn't know what to say. If it was a normal cat, he might have smiled, but facing this black cat, he couldn't smile and he didn't dare to smile. In the past, he didn't believe that a cat could be so capable, but now, Jiao Wei was shaken. In October, no one came to his small restaurant to ask for sanitary fees. And no one came looking for trouble. His father said that it might be because it wasn't time yet, but Jiao Wei didn't think that was the reason, especially after going to the night building. He opened the door and put the lunchbox on the chair. The black cat, lying on the sofa, yawned lazily, stretched, and began to eat his lunch. The cat's whiskers had grown a little after this week, better than when they were first cut, but Zhang Tan still thought that it was growing too slowly. At this speed, it would take more than a week for it to be barely noticeable, and for it to be the same as before, it would take even longer. However, after this incident, Zhang Tan felt that the whiskers were much more sensitive than before, and he didn't know if it was because of his deliberate training. After returning home, when Zhang Tan was bored alone at home, he would flip through the magazines that Jiao Pa subscribed to. Once, he happened to see an article in a not-so-formal magazine, and the general idea was as follows. A scientist did this experiment. After they blindfolded a cat for a period of time, compared to a normal cat without blindfolds, the former's whiskers grew more, and the average length of the whiskers was 5 millimeters longer than a normal cat's. Therefore, some people jokingly said that in order to let a cat recover faster after its whiskers were cut, it could be blindfolded. Zhang Tan didn't want to cover his eyes, but after careful consideration, he felt that he could give it a try. Sometimes, when he was at home, Zhang Tan would close his eyes and use his beard's sense of touch to determine what was happening around him and the objects he came into contact with. The article also said that in the dark, a cat's whiskers have a very sensitive and rapid sense of touch. Cats can use it to identify invisible things. Zhang Tan had tried it before. He didn't know if it was because he was too slow or because his beard hadn't grown properly, but it wasn't as effective as the article said. However, none of this made Zhang Tan give up the idea of trying. As a cat with only half a beard, a cat that could only hide at home and entertain itself, this was the pleasure he had finally found after being bored out of his mind. Since there was no one at home most of the time during the day, Zhang Tan could boldly give it a try. Even if he made a fool of himself, no one would see it. For example, in the afternoon after the lunch break, Jiao Wei would send little Pomelo to school, and he would go to class himself or go to the library to study. Zhang Tan would jump off the sofa, close his eyes, and start to mobilize his senses to the greatest extent to feel the things around him and the sensations caused by some slight movements. The wind blew in from the balcony, and Zhang Tan could roughly determine the obstacles in front of him from the surrounding airflow. In addition to the whiskers, Zhang Tan also felt that there was something special about the front paws. Some vibrations on the ground could be felt through the fur on the front paws. Zhang Tan didn't pay attention to it before, but now it seemed that the reason why cats were so alert and could react quickly to small movements was not only because of experience, but also because of some of their evolved abilities. Zhang Tan now hoped to be able to make greater use of these unearthed abilities, so that when he went out in the future, they could come in handy. Since Zhang Tan's beard was cut, the advertisements that he had with Xiaogua also stopped. Xiaogua called every few days to ask about the situation, and he was even more anxious than Zhang Tan. But it was impossible to let a cat with a broken beard appear in an advertisement, right? That would make people laugh their heads off, and some people with ulterior motives might even connect the matter of the whiskers to cat food. There was no lack of people in the world who would seize the opportunity to put the blame on you. Therefore, even if he was anxious, Xiaogua had to endure it. For this reason, Xiaogua also looked for a lot of people to seek the secret to make cats grow whiskers faster. Zhang Tan ignored him. Now that he had just figured out the whisker game, he didn't want to try other uncertain methods. If there was a chance that the whiskers would fall off, it would be useless. Every morning when he got up, the first thing Zhang Tan did was to touch his whiskers and then look in the mirror. Little Pomelo also measured Zhang Tan every day. Every whisker was recorded, and Little Pomelo recorded it in a book. Looking at the increase in the number, everyone was very pleased. Knowing that a cat's whiskers would grow was one thing, but really seeing and confirming that it was growing was another thing. After confirming it, there was no need to worry. After playing the whisker game, Zhang Tan went to the balcony, leaned against the pot of orchid, and squinted his eyes to bask in the sun. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of claws stepping on the iron mesh sounded. Zhang Tan moved his ears, but ignored it. During the National Day holiday, many people went out, but not General's home. There were too many people going out on National Day, but its owner didn't. Instead, he brought General back to school. However, General spent most of the year playing outside, wandering in various nature reserves. Anyway, it didn't need money to play. Seeing that Zhang Tan ignored it, General stopped for a while. However, Zhang Tan didn't close his eyes for long before he heard the long-lost voice from the balcony on the 4th floor, diagonally below. Why are the flowers so red? Why are they so red? Red like a burning fire. Red your ass. Zhang Tan tugged at her ears and turned to leave. As she walked, she glanced downstairs. She was just casually looking, but then she saw a familiar car driving in. F***CK. Why did Third Master Fong, this busy guy, come again? Fong Xiaokong had called Jiao Pa. He had just driven from Beijing to Chuhua City today. Originally, he had only brought some seafood to the Jiao family. If there was no one at home, he would bring it directly to Associate Professor Jiao's office. However, knowing that the cat was at home, he came directly to the eastern courtyard to take a look. However, on the phone, Associate Professor Jiao's tone was a little strange. This made the Third Master Fong even more interested. He hadn't seen the cat during the holiday. What did it do again? After parking the car, the Third Master Fong looked up at the 5th floor. His eyesight was very good, and he happened to see the black tips of the ears. Black charcoal! Come down and open the door! The Third Master Fong shouted from downstairs. Zhang Tan hesitated for a while, but still opened the door and went downstairs to swipe the access card. Hey! Why are you cooped up at home? Aren't you usually outside at this time? Before the Third Master Fong could finish his sentence, he saw the black cat in front of him with half of its beard. He was silent for a while, then squatted down and laughed. What the hell are you laughing about? Zhang Tan ignored him. After swiping the access card, he went upstairs directly. Wait, let me take a breather. The Third Master Fong stood up and walked upstairs with a bag. I also brought you some seafood as snacks. Panting, he went up to the 5th floor and put down the bag. The Third Master Fong stood in front of Zhang Tan and looked at Zhang Tan's beard carefully. Then, he took out his phone and prepared to take a photo. These days, only people like the third Master Fong used high-end phones and took good photos. However, Zhang Tan was troubled. Wasn't it just a short beard? What was so strange about it? Don't move, don't move. I'll take a photo for my daughter. Hey, don't move. Turn around and take a look. Zhang Tan directly slapped the third Master Fong's phone away. He picked up the phone and tried to make 2 calls. It was still working. He put it in his pocket. The third Master Fong took a paper cup from the water dispenser and drank some water. Then he sat on the sofa and rested for a while. He said to Zhang Tan, "Your beard should grow out next month, right?" Without waiting for Zhang Tan to answer, the third Master Fong continued, "It should grow out. When I was young, I saw a big tabby cat whose beard was curled up. It grew out in 3 weeks. Yours should be about the same." Zhang Tan was speechless. "My beard was curled up even more. How about this? I'll take you out to play next month when I have time. There are many people with pets there. I'll come to find you then, and you can help me socialize. There are a few customers who like cats. If you're there, the business talks will be smoother." I'll let your cat father know and set a time first." The third Master Fong's self-answering mode lasted for 2 minutes. Then he took a phone call and left in a hurry. He probably hadn't finished his business in Chuhua City yet. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been running around. Even a big businessman like him had his worries. Socializing was an essential part of his business. Whether he was a small office worker or a big boss with a lot of money, everyone had their own worries behind the halo. After the third Master Fong left, Zhang Tan looked at the calendar on the wall. His beard should grow back in a month. In the evening, Celestine came over. The National Day holiday had just ended. The second day after the Zhao family came back, Celestine came over. But when he saw that Zhang Tan didn't want to go out with his half-grown beard, he didn't take him out. Today, Celestine didn't have much hope that Zhang Tan would go to the night building with him. But he didn't expect that Zhang Tan would really want to go out today. When you're in a bad mood, you need to vent. Zhang Tan was depressed. Celestine came at the right time. In the car, Celestine looked at the cat in the back seat. Its beard had grown a little, but it was obviously only half-grown. He heard that it was in a bad mood recently. Suddenly, Celestine had a bad feeling. In the evening, Yi Hao, Ranqi, and Leopard came to the night building to relax. The night building wasn't the only business in his hands. He was usually busy outside. When he was free, he would come to the night building to listen to the East Palace's performance and relax. Before he came, Yi Hao had received a report from his subordinates and knew that Wei Lang had also come. However, he didn't know that Wei Lang had brought a cat with him because Zhang Tan had been nestled in the backpack and no one had seen him. He felt that it was embarrassing to let others see half of his beard. Yi Hao and the other 2 came to the 3rd floor. At the door of Celestine's private room, they saw Celestine squatting there and smoking. "What's wrong? Why are you squatting here?" Chapter 114. Yi Hao slammed the door shut and looked at Celestine. "Why is it here again?" Celestine got up and stretched his body. "That guy is in a bad mood and came over to vent. But this time he didn't drink. He'll be fine after roaring for an hour or 2. "An hour or 2? How long have you been here?" Yi Hao asked. Celestine took out his phone and looked at it. "More than 50 minutes. Almost an hour." Yi Hao shook his head and was about to suggest a change of location. He didn't want to keep Celestine waiting here, but before he could say anything, the door opened. This time, there was no magic sound. Zhang Tan opened the door himself. After opening the door, he didn't look at the people outside. He ran to the sofa and lay down to rest. He was tired from singing and had vented most of his emotions. He drank a glass of water and peed. His mood was much better. Yi Hao looked at the open door and signaled to Celestine to decide. Celestine pursed his lips and walked into the room with a cigarette in his mouth. Yi Hao followed him in. Leopard and Ranqi behind him were hesitant, especially Ranqi. He looked like he had been constipated for a long time. After being bumped by Leopard, he touched the necklace he was wearing, took a deep breath, and walked in. Zhang Tan didn't want to know what these people were talking about, but his ears caught a few keywords and it still piqued his interest. Yi Hao was going to take over the abandoned project around Tsinghua University and develop that area. In fact, he had been eyeing that piece of land for a long time, but he hadn't decided to do it. In the past, there was a huge wave because of that project. At that time, Yi Hao was wise to protect himself and didn't get involved. Later, there was a change in personnel and a group of people fell one after another. A few years ago, the person who could do whatever he wanted in Tsinghua City disappeared. It wasn't until this summer that Yi Hao started paying attention to that piece of land again. However, even now, it was not easy to make a move. This was also the reason why he had been looking for a way. "How are things now?" Celestine asked. "I've contacted the third Master Fong and made an appointment. We'll talk then." Yi Hao rubbed his forehead and said, "We don't necessarily need the third Master Fong's help. We just want to know what the third Master Fong's attitude is right now. If he's not bad, it shouldn't be a problem." "Which place did the third Master Fong take a fancy to?" Celestine was curious. Zhang Tan also perked up his ears to listen. Yi Hao shook his head. "I've only heard rumors. However, no one knows what the third Master Fong is thinking. No matter what, it's always good to give him a heads up. Now that the Shaoguang Group's development plans and trends have been made public, we can see that they are coming aggressively. Some of them look very risky, but I believe that the third Master Fong is not the kind of person who does things without confidence." Zhang Tan was not very clear about what Yi Hao and the others talked about. He did not understand some of the things that were going on. He only knew that Yi Hao was preparing to start on the area not far from the side door of Tsinghua University. He just did not know when he would be able to take it down. He did not know when the real construction would start. After chatting with Yi Hao for a while, Celestine said goodbye and left. After Zhang Tan and Celestine left, Yi Hao sat in the room for a while. Suddenly, he asked Leopard and Ran Qi, "Do you think I should open a room especially for that cat to vent?" Ran Qi, who had just relaxed a little because of the cat's departure, stiffened. "Open a room especially for that cat?" Looking at the whole country, who would open a VIP room especially for a cat? Just to let that cat vent by singing? Also, if he opened a room especially for that cat, did that mean that the cat would come often in the future? Maybe it would even bring some friends? Leopard and Ran Qi did not say anything. After Yi Hao smoked 2 cigarettes in a row, he got up and left. It seemed that he already had an idea. However, Leopard and Ran Qi did not know what decision Yi Hao had made. On the other hand, on the way back, Zhang Tan suddenly remembered that Yi Hao and the others did not seem to notice the problem with his beard. Was it because of the color of his fur and the light at that time that they did not notice it? It was not until he returned to the Zhao family that Zhang Tan came up with an explanation. Not everyone could tell at first glance that something was wrong with you. If they did not pay enough attention, if they did not care enough, if they did not pay enough attention to you, how could they notice those details? Some people had pets, and they would be able to tell if their pets were in a slightly bad condition. Whether they were active, whether they were walking normally, whether the tip of their nose was moist, whether there were any changes in their habits, etc. But for some people, even if their pets were on the verge of death, they might not be able to tell. It was the same for pets and it was the same for people. For example, if the Jiao Pa or the 2 children coughed, the Jiao Ma would be able to tell that there was something wrong with the cough. She was afraid that it might be a cold or pharyngitis, and she would quickly take measures to prevent the situation from developing in a worse direction. However, how many people living in the surrounding area would be able to think like that? In Zhang Tan's case, the Jiao family seemed to be able to notice his abnormality immediately. When he thought of this, Zhang Tan had a very strange feeling. He could not tell exactly what it was. When he was still a human, he had never felt this way. Perhaps he did not notice it at that time. After venting the frustration in her heart and figuring out some problems, Zhang Tan no longer cared so much about the bearded man. Now that his beard had grown a lot, everything was slowly getting better. Since he was in a good mood, Zhang Tan began to feel restless again. The weather outside was good. Sometimes, Zhang Tan would see Huang and the others rolling on the grass and basking in the sun. It was impossible not to be envious. Basking in the sun on the balcony was very different from basking in the sun outside. Today, Zhang Tan finally decided to go out for a walk. The beard that had been growing for 2 weeks was much longer than when it was just cut. Although it still looked shorter than when it was in good condition, it was much more pleasing to the eye. Besides, if he went out, people might not notice his beard. Besides, Zhang Tan did not want to care about what those unimportant people thought of him. After swiping the access card and going out of the building, Zhang Tan breathed in the warm afternoon air and felt the warmth of the sun. He was in a good mood. When he came to the grass in the family's courtyard, he saw Huang lying there and basking in the sun again. The sheriff was playing with bugs in the bushes. Depang was squatting by the side, squinting his eyes and twitching his ears from time to time. This guy would only come out to play when the old lady was out. If the old lady was home, this guy would squat on the balcony and not go anywhere. Seeing Zhang Tan come over, Huang, who was lying on the grass, rolled on the grass and rubbed his back. Then, he stretched out his claws and scratched Zhang Tan's tail. He shook his tail to get away from Huang's claws. Zhang Tan lay on the grass and yawned. Then, he played with the grass beside his claws. While he was playing, a person came in from the courtyard gate. That person was probably going to take a shortcut and cross the grass to get to the building. However, when he walked on the grass, he saw the cat over there. Zhang Tan felt that the person looked familiar. After thinking for a long time, she remembered that this was the guy who lived on the first floor of the building closer to the building. He was the one who was having sex with his girlfriend early in the morning without drawing the curtains. Later, Zhang Tan went over to take a look a few times. The curtains were tightly drawn and only opened when there was no one in the room. Originally, Zhang Tan thought that the person would pick up a stone and throw it at him, so he was ready to dodge. He didn't expect that the person would just stand there and change his expression a few times. Then, as if he didn't see anything, he continued to walk. However, he deviated from his route and walked a lot faster to avoid Zhang Tan and the others. What Zhang Tan didn't know was that the person did have the idea of picking up a stone and throwing it at the cat. But he resisted. Later, he asked a few people in the courtyard, and they told him that there were 2 cats and 2 dogs in the east courtyard that he couldn't provoke. The 2 dogs referred to the bull-headed terrier Zhuang Zhuang and Sanchue, the Sahara dog. The former's fighting strength was ferocious, and everyone in the courtyard knew that. It made a name for itself in catching thieves, and it had a fierce reputation. When it went for a walk, it even fought with some of the dogs in the west courtyard. It was a person that didn't care about life when it was fierce. On the other hand, Sahara dog was a little smart, liked to cause trouble, and was vengeful. If you offended it, it would shit in front of your door, push you from behind when you weren't paying attention, or pull your shoelaces, or pee on your bedding that was exposed to the sun. In short, it was very annoying. However, it had a strong background, and you had to look at its owner before you hit it. As for the 2 cats, they were both in the B family building. One was Fat Pear Blossom and the other was Black Cat. It wasn't as detailed as the introduction of the 2 dogs. It was very simple, but it gave people endless fanciful thoughts. However, it was precisely because of this that people were even more afraid. Although what the 2 cats and 2 dogs said was a joke, there was truth in it. Therefore, every time that person entered the courtyard, he would avoid the 2 cats and 2 dogs when he saw them. When he walked out of the lawn, that person turned his head to look at the cat that was sunbathing on the lawn. He saw that the black cat was still looking at him. That gaze made people panic, and they felt that if they looked at it a few more times, they would have goosebumps. Shaking his head, that person quickened his pace and left. Zhang Tan didn't know what that person was thinking, and he could only wonder why that person looked at him as if he was looking at a scourge. However, it was only a moment of curiosity, and he threw it to the back of his mind. At around 4 o'clock, Zhao Yuan and the others rode their bicycles back. Because the whole school was cleaning today, they didn't have to be on duty, so they just cleaned up casually and came back. After entering the courtyard, they went to their respective buildings. When they parted ways, Zhang Tan heard them talking about the morning run. It was very strange. Why would that little brat Zhao Yuan decide to go for a morning run? When they were eating dinner that night, Zhao Yuan mentioned it. Only then did Zhang Tan know that the autumn sports meet was about to begin. Unlike the sports meet in primary school, the competition between junior high school students was more intense. Children in their puberty period began to have all kinds of ideas. At the beginning of junior high school, many boys hadn't started to grow, and girls generally matured earlier, so many boys still looked small. For example, Zhao Yuan and the others were about the same height as the little girl Litmus. Sometimes they felt that they couldn't compare to the little girl. However, Xiong was an exception. This guy was strong and he was considered tall in class. He was also more active. As soon as he entered the class, he got the position of sports committee member. As for the few of them, the teachers took good care of them, not only because of Xiong's mother, but also because some of the children who studied in this junior high school were the children of the teachers of Tsinghua University. Therefore, the teachers in the school would take good care of these students. Among these teachers, there might also be children who were studying in Tsinghua University, and they would also need the teachers of Tsinghua University to take care of them. Everyone was well aware of this. However, because of this, small groups were formed in the class. For example, Zhao Yuan and the others were in a small group. In this small group, there was a sports committee member. In addition, there were many events in the sports meet that hadn't been signed up for long, and the students in the same class weren't very familiar with each other. Xiong pulled Zhao Yuan and the others into the group. As for the rest of the events that hadn't been signed up yet, they could each choose one. Chapter 115. For students who had just entered junior high school, 800 meters was already difficult enough, let alone 1,500 meters. That would be too tiring. Zhang Tan looked at Zhao Yuan with pity in his eyes. However, Zhao Yuan and the others had to be loyal to their friends. In order not to embarrass Xiong, the sports committee member, they decided to train tomorrow and the day after. Whoever had the best stamina would take on the toughest task. The spots for the 800-meter and 1,500-meter races had not been decided yet, so Zhao Yuan did not know which one he could run in. He made an appointment with the others to run at the sports field in Tsinghua University, which was closest to the residential area. Zhao Pa supported Zhao Yuan's decision, but he still told Zhao Yuan to do what he could. There was only 1 week left before the sports meet, so there was a limit to what they could do in 7 days. Zhao Ma had also changed her diet recently. She wanted to give Zhao Yuan more supplements. Early the next morning, Zhao Yuan got out of bed. After breakfast, he ran out to meet up with the others in the courtyard. Little Pomelo was bored at home. She did not have a lot of homework, and she had already finished half of it last night. She could finish the rest by tonight. After watching TV for a while, she told Zhao Ma that she was going out with Zheng Tan. They went to the sports field to meet Zhao Yuan and the others. Little Pomelo took the car keys and pushed the children's car out. The 2 wheels at the back had already been removed. Zhao Pa had also adjusted the seat according to Little Pomelo's height. Zheng Tan jumped into the basket, and Little Pomelo rode the car to the sports field. There were many people walking around on a Saturday. Some people who were planning to go shopping had woken up early. The weather was not cold, so there were not many people who stayed in bed. Some passers-by would cast curious glances at Little Pomelo and Zheng Tan when they saw them. They would greet their acquaintances as well. Many people took their pets for a walk in the morning, and Niu Zhuangzhuang was one of them. From afar, Zheng Tan could see the deformed body and the black eye pattern. Every time Zheng Tan saw Old Man Yan take Niu Zhuangzhuang out for a walk, he felt as if Niu Zhuangzhuang was holding Old Man Yan's leash. Niu Zhuangzhuang led the way in front with the dog leash taut. Every once in a while it would find a place to raise its hind leg to pee. There were also people doing morning exercises at the sports field. There were many people running. After parking the car at the bicycle shed, Little Pomelo and Zheng Tan walked to the side of the sports field. Zhao Yuan and the others were easy to find. They were huddled together and seemed to be arguing about something. Litmus sat on the horizontal bar, swinging her legs and scolding them one by one. Zhao Yuan, Suan Lan Tianju, and Xiong were sitting on the ground. One was holding his knees, and the other was leaning against the sports equipment. They were all panting. For people like you, 800 meters is already hard enough. Don't go for 1,500 meters. When Zheng Tan walked over, he happened to hear Litmus's words. Looking at Zhao Yuan and the others, he guessed that they had a bad start. Seeing Little Pomelo and Zheng Tan coming over, Zhao Yuan was surprised. Then he felt embarrassed, as if he had lost face as an elder brother. Compared to Zhao Yuan, Xiong was even more embarrassed. He was a sports committee member after all. Being criticized like this, he felt embarrassed. He looked at Litmus, who was sitting on the horizontal bar, and said, "Hey Litmus, it's easy for you to say. Why don't you run?" "I don't need to run this. I only need to run the 200-meter and relay. Besides, we have a big killer among the girls. We don't need to worry about anything. We just need to break the record and get extra points. What about you guys? I don't think the girls will be in first place and the boys will be in last place and drag down the team's results," Litmus said slowly. There was a famous sports athlete in their class, and she was a girl. Although Zhao Yuan and the others were not familiar with her in primary school, they had heard that she was very famous in her primary school. She often broke records and even took part in the city's competitions. In flourishes and yang declines, Zheng Tan thought of this phrase. But Zhao Yuan and the others were miserable. They were despised by a girl, and it was embarrassing for them. "I don't believe that I can achieve anything in a week." Xiong Xiong waved his fist and showed that he was determined. After pausing for a while, Xiong Xiong said, "Maybe I can also get a good figure while I'm at it." Everyone, ahem. "Xiong Xiong, I'm not trying to discourage you. Some things are innate," said Lan Tianju. It seemed that Xiong Xiong had been quite strong since he was young, and he had never lost any weight. Of course, he was not like those people who were full of fat balls. He was stronger than the average student, and he had signed up for the shot put event. Zhao Yuan took 2 deep breaths and patted the dust off his pants. He said, "Theoretically speaking, it depends on the red and white muscles." The others looked at Zhao Yuan and waited for him to explain. Zhao Yuan was a little proud. He had seen this by chance when he was flipping through the magazine that his father subscribed to. He cleared his throat and continued to explain. Human muscles are divided into red and white muscles. Red muscles are used for endurance, while white muscles are used for absolute strength and explosive power. Literally, one is related to endurance and can be linked to long-distance running, while the other is related to explosive power and can be linked to sprinting. However, human muscle types are innate. That is to say, the number of white and red muscles are innate. Therefore, some people are born with good endurance, and some people are born with explosive power. Therefore, when we train, we can only make these muscles more developed, but we cannot change their type. Many people do aerobic exercise to lose weight. This is because aerobic exercise uses red muscles. The characteristic of red muscles is that it is not easy to develop, and it consumes a lot of energy. That is why you can see those long-distance runners on TV. Almost none of them are fat and strong. After saying this, Zhao Yuan looked at Xiong Xiong, who was fat and strong. Xiong Xiong rolled up his sleeves and pretended to beat someone up. Zhao Yuan was not afraid of him. He continued, "As for the good body that Xiong Xiong mentioned, it should be the kind that grows muscles. The so-called growing muscles is to make the muscles fat. The main purpose of muscle hypertrophy is to train white muscles. The growth of white muscles requires a lot of intensity and speed. That is why many people buy dumbbells or other equipment to train instead of doing Tai Chi or yoga slowly." Suan nodded seriously. Then he pointed at Xiong Xiong and said, "So if this guy wants to have a good body, he should run long distance to get rid of the fat on his body. Then he can do exercises to grow muscles." "I think so." Zhao Yuan picked up the cup and drank some water. After talking so much and running just now, his throat was a little sore. "Xiong Xiong, I'll leave the 1,500 meters to you. The mighty 8-pack is waiting for you in front." Lan Tianju patted Xiong Xiong's shoulder and said. Xiong Xiong clicked his tongue and said, "In front is too far. I can't see it." After running 2 laps, they were almost exhausted. Moreover, it was not even 800 meters. If it was 800 meters, they would have to run 2 more laps. Ahem. Strictly speaking, not everyone can have an 8-pack. Zhao Yuan continued to show off. The rest of the people looked over again. Zhao Yuan felt a sense of accomplishment. It was indeed beneficial to read more of his father's magazines. There's a thing called tendons. It makes the abdominal rectus abdominis look like pieces. 4 tendons are divided into 8-pack abs. 3 tendons are divided into 6-pack abs. Unfortunately, this thing called tendons is innate. It won't increase or decrease as you train. Therefore, some people have six-pack abs while others have eight-pack abs. This is related to genetics. Xiong was stunned. Then, he lifted his shirt and revealed his fat belly. He even took a deep breath to see if he had developed those well-defined abdominal muscles. Unfortunately, he only had fat. The mighty eight-pack abs became so unattainable. Aya, Xiong, you're being a hooligan. Litmus covered her eyes and shouted. Zhang Tan. Regardless of whether he could develop eight-pack abs or not, he still had to run this step. Zhang Tan and little Pomelo sat on the steps next to them and watched them run 2 laps. They stopped to rest for a while before they started running again. Moreover, they were all jogging. They probably couldn't run anymore. People who didn't usually run would be tired after running for a while. Maybe they couldn't feel it at the time, but it would definitely be difficult the next day. After running for half a day in the morning, Zhao Yuan and the rest prepared to rest well in the afternoon and continue as usual tomorrow. During dinner, Zhao Pa asked Zhao Yuan how he felt about running today. Zhao Yuan replied, "Unattainable 8-pack abs." When they heard Zhao Yuan say that they would train as usual tomorrow, Zhao Pa and Zhao Ma looked at each other and smiled. They didn't say much. Sure enough, early the next morning, Zhao Yuan turned off the alarm after it rang. Then, he walked to the master bedroom in his slippers and was about to call the others. He felt pain all over his body and didn't want to move. Before Zhao Yuan could pick up the phone rang. It was Xiong. He was in the same situation as Zhao Yuan. He didn't want to run. Other than Xiong, the others were in the same situation. Since Xiong didn't want to run, they just stayed at home and rested. Zhao Yuan and the rest didn't fully warm up before running yesterday. They started running without warming up. Now they tasted the bitter fruit. Although they usually rode bikes and played basketball occasionally, they had never run like this before. The most depressed one was Xiong. If this continued, who would be able to take the long-distance running spot? On Sunday morning, everyone rested at home. In the afternoon, the kids gathered together to discuss. This time, Xiong took out a list of names from the class. Took him a lot of effort to get it. He asked Zhao Yuan and the others to help him come up with ideas. However, Zhao Yuan and the others weren't class committee members. They didn't have much contact with the other students in the class. They weren't as familiar with the other students as Xiong. As for Litmus, she was the study committee member. She knew most of the people in the class, but she was mainly familiar with the girls. She wasn't familiar with the boys, so she couldn't help. What should I do? I've already promised. If I can't do it, I'll be despised. Xiong slapped the list on his face. You're just worried that the vice class monitor will despise you. It's okay. I'm familiar with her. I'll help you. Litmus said righteously. Zhang Tan leaned on the tree and listened to their conversation. He couldn't help but sigh. Zhang Tan recalled that he didn't participate in sports events from elementary school to university. He rarely participated in group activities. Every time, he would take his friends to the arcade for the whole day. He didn't have any recollection of sports events. No, he did have some recollection. It seemed that when he was in high school, he and his friends went to the playground to see a long-legged girl. But his memory was a little blurry. Chapter 116. Since he had decided to go to Zhao Yuan's sports meet, Zhang Tan decided to scout the area first. Tsinghua University was not very far from Zhao Yuan's school, but it was not immediately accessible. Zhang Tan planned to leave from Tsinghua University's side door, which was closest to the junior high school, and then walk in that direction. After sending little Pomelo to Futong Elementary School in the morning, Zhang Tan ran all the way to the side door. The side door was narrow, and the people coming in and out were all students from Futong Elementary School. Many of them were pushing their bicycles. Zhang Tan did not want to squeeze with them, so he jumped over the wall and walked towards the junior high school. Zhang Tan had never been to Zhao Yuan's school. He only remembered the route that Zhao Ma took every time and the markings on the map. Moreover, the junior high school was not very far from here, so he should be able to find it. After exiting from the side door, Zhang Tan could clearly feel the hustle and bustle of the street. It was different from the bustling central square, but it was very lively. There were many old residents living in this area. Aunties who were buying groceries were talking about today's prices and what they had bought. Their conversation with Chuhua City's accent could be heard everywhere. There were no tall buildings, no luxurious cars, and the road was uneven. Bicycles, electric bikes, and some popular family cars were the main elements of the street. This was the life of ordinary people, and the liveliness seeped into the mundane. If it was a school bus, it would not take this road. Therefore, Zhang Tan could not find a school bus with Chuhua University's name on it that went to Futong High School. There were buildings on both sides of the street, and on the side Zhang Tan was walking, many of the buildings were surrounded by walls. Zhang Tan directly jumped over the wall and walked on it. He did not have to fight with the aunties who had just finished buying groceries in the morning on the sidewalk. There were many shops on the other side of the street. There were many breakfast shops, and Zhang Tan could hear the sound of fried dough sticks. The local breakfast always attracted many students and office workers to eat there. However, Chuhua University was too big. This place was not very close to the school's main entrance, teaching area, and student dormitories. Students who lived far away and did not have time could only come here once in a while. Zhang Tan walked on the wall and looked at the people coming and going on the street. He felt a little emotional. It seemed that every time you walked out of Chuhua University, you would see a different scenery. As he was thinking, Zhang Tan heard a cat meow not far in front of him. A 7-month-old kitten jumped onto the wall and blocked Zhang Tan's path. However, after the kitten looked at Zhang Tan, it walked forward. It seemed that it was on the same path as Zhang Tan. The cat came out from a building next door. It jumped directly on the wall and did not walk on the sidewalk. Perhaps, for cats, this kind of wall was a more suitable path. Not only could it allow them to overlook the situation below, but it could also avoid humans so that they would not be kicked by people on the sidewalk. Since it was on the same route, Zhang Tan did not think too much about it. He did not know the kitten, so he did not take the initiative to greet it. After walking for a while, Zhang Tan found that the kitten in front of him paused and looked up. Looking past the kitten, Zhang Tan saw that there was another cat in front of him. It was big, and it was walking in the opposite direction of Zhang Tan. Was this a narrow path? Do you want to have a fight? Zhang Tan was prepared to wait and see. After all, the wall was too narrow. It was impossible for two cats to walk side by side. In such a situation, would the two cats fight directly, or would the other cat jump down to avoid the attack? Unfortunately, neither was the case. To Zhang Tan's surprise, the cat in front of him and the big cat in front of him did not stop. They still walked at their original speed and did not intend to fight. When they met, the kitten lowered its body and went under the leg of the cat in front of it. The big cat also cooperated and raised its paw. Soon, the kitten successfully went under, and the big cat walked towards Zhang Tan. Zhang Tan looked at the cat in front of him. It was about the same size as him. He guessed that it was not someone who would back down. The cat came closer and closer. Zhang Tan was on guard against the cat suddenly scratching, but the cat did not seem to want to fight, nor did it show any aggression. Just when the cat was less than 10 centimeters away from Zhang Tan, it stopped. Then it shook the tip of its tail, raised its neck, raised its chin, and moved its front legs. Its eyes seemed to say, "Come on, you can go under." Zhang Tan was speechless. F***ck. This kind of method of going under one's crotch should be left to other cats. Zhang Tan thought for a while, tilted his head and looked at the wall in front of him. He estimated and then prepared to jump. He jumped over the big cat and looked at the narrow wall approaching. Finally, he landed smoothly. Fortunately, his judgment and control were much better now. Although he fell a little to the side, he was still stable. Zhang Tan turned his head and looked at the big cat. He raised his head and walked away. The big cat shook its tail and did not look at Zhang Tan anymore. It continued to stare in front of it and walk with its head held high. When the kitten in front of Zhang Tan came to a boundary, it jumped down. It had arrived at its destination. Zhang Tan looked in the direction it was going. It was also an old residential area. The greenery inside was not bad. Probably had playmates there. Jumping from one wall to another, Zhang Tan continued to walk forward. As he walked, he looked at the buildings on both sides. He did not know which side of the street Jiao Yuan School was on, so he had to pay more attention. Also, that junior high school was not as big as Tsinghua University. He did not know how big the school gate was. If the gate was smaller, he might miss it if he did not pay attention. After walking for about 5 minutes, Zhang Tan moved his ears and heard the sound of reading. Very good, it was right in front. The first thing Zhang Tan saw was not the school gate but the teaching block. Walking on the wall, he could hear the sound of students studying coming from the teaching block. There were teachers leading the students. Among the young voices, there were some that sounded lazy and sleepy, some that were yelling at the top of their lungs, and some that belonged to little girls. They were all filled with the emotions and vitality that belonged to children of their age. Students were reading, and the sound of reading. Zhang Tan could see the students sitting in the classroom by the window on the first floor. There were a few boys sitting at the back who were not very obedient. They stuck their heads out from behind their books and lingered on a certain figure. Zhang Tan could not help but laugh. Pure and innocent youth. In comparison, the children at this time were still considered innocent. They were not like the precocious people who would be affected by the internet a few years later. Not many students dared to stare at the window in a daze. Occasionally, a student noticed the black cat on the wall outside and looked over. The next moment, he was called up by the teacher to answer a question. Zhang Tan did not stop there. He continued to walk forward. He wanted to see the school gate. Since he was here to scout, he had to familiarize himself with the area. The junior high school was a relatively ordinary one. It was definitely not as big as Tsinghua University. Even the school gate was only as big as the side gate of Tsinghua University. After looking around, Zhang Tan felt that there was nothing worth studying. He jumped off the wall and walked into the school. Of course, Zhang Tan did not dare walk down the main road of the school like that. He had no idea what the rules were, and he was not sure whether the security guards would come to chase him away. Therefore, he followed the flower beds and used the greenery as cover to walk deeper into the school. Zhang Tan did not immediately go to the school building to look for Jiao Yuan's classroom. He looked at other places such as the cafeteria, the snack bar, the parking lot, etc. Then he went to the field to look around. In less than half an hour, Zhang Tan had walked around the school. He had familiarized himself with the main buildings and the layout of the field. Finally, he came to the school building. There was only one school building, and it was quite big. When Zhang Tan was at home, he heard from Jiao Ma and Jiao Yuan that the first and second floors of the school building were for the first-year students. The third and fourth floors were for the second-year students, and the top 2 floors were for the third-year students. The teacher's office was at one end, and the toilets were at the other end. There were stairs at both ends and in the middle. This school did not differentiate between fast and slow classes, at least not for the first and second-year students. It was a different story for the graduating classes. Zhang Tan remembered that Jiao Yuan's class was the first year's class. Xiong Xiong's mother felt that even though there was no fast or slow class, the number 1 gave her a sense of superiority. Therefore, she pulled Xiong Xiong and a few others into the first year's class. Since it was the first year's class, it should be on this floor, and it should be on the first floor. Zhang Tan looked at the class numbers on each door and found the location of the first year's class. It was near the teacher's office, so it should be the focus of attention. Because there was a corridor in front, there were always people walking around. Some were teachers on patrol, and some were students who needed to pee. It was not convenient for Zhang Tan to sneak a peek. After thinking for a while, Zhang Tan went to the back of the school building. He aimed at a window at the back and jumped up. The few windows at the bottom were pasted with newspapers. Probably because there were no curtains and the sun was glaring, the students inside used newspapers. However, there was still a small corner left for them to observe the scenery outside when they had nothing to do. Zhang Tan jumped onto the windowsill of the last window. He originally wanted to stand up and look in from the window above, but he saw that there was a small corner of the window below that was not pasted with newspapers. He looked in from that small corner. Sitting next to the window was a boy. He was not listening to the math teacher on the podium. At the moment, he was using an automatic pencil to fill in the 0 in the book. Then, he looked for the 4, 6, 8, 9, and filled in the empty space. After he was done, he used an eraser to erase it. Zhang Tan suddenly remembered that he had done this kind of stupid thing before. Other than that, he also knew how to draw in the textbook and add a few strokes to the characters in the book. Thinking about it, it was a long time ago that he used a pen to write. Later on, he used a computer to type. A lot of the homework in university was directly printed and handed in. If he needed a pen to write, he would pay someone to do it for him. In short, Zhang Tan had forgotten the last time he held a pen. It was not known if the boy sensed that someone was watching his every move. He looked up at the teacher on the podium and frowned. Then, he turned his head and was about to look at the scenery outside from the corner that was not pasted with paper. In the end, he met someone's eyes. Chapter 117. The boy was so shocked that he almost dropped the pencil in his hand. If it weren't for the fact that they were still in class, he would have jumped out of his seat. The math teacher on the podium glanced at him. The boy quickly sat back down and pretended to scribble in his notebook. After 2 minutes, the boy glanced at the teacher on the podium. When he saw that the teacher was no longer looking at him, he carefully turned his head to look outside the window again. The corner without the newspaper was limited, so the boy could only see a furry creature outside. He carefully identified the silhouette of the shadow on the window and connected it to what he saw earlier. The boy confirmed that it was a cat squatting outside the window, a black cat. This was the first time he had seen a cat squatting outside the window since school had started. Moreover, it was looking in from the corner where there were no newspapers. What a strange cat. Zhang Tan was originally worried that the child would scream or jump up in fright and attract the attention of others. She did not expect the child to react so quickly. He was calm enough and mentally strong enough. Zhang Tan peeked inside the corner again. He looked at the boy who kept glancing at him. Then he looked toward the front of the classroom. It wasn't hard to recognize Zhao Yuan and the others. Moreover, those guys sat relatively close to each other. The seats that the homeroom teacher had arranged for them were also not bad. They were in the middle and near the front. They didn't need to eat chalk dust and could see the blackboard clearly. They could also hear the teacher clearly. Zhao Yuan, who was sitting in the classroom, would never have guessed that his cat was squatting at the window at the back of the classroom. Zhang Tan looked around for a while before he left. Before he left, he ran to the teacher's office to take a look, but there was no one in the English team. Zhao Ma was probably on the second floor. After thinking about it, Zhang Tan didn't really go to the second floor to look for Zhao Ma. He wandered around the school for a while before he left. Just as Zhang Tan left, Zhao Ma walked to an open window in the teacher's office on the second floor. She wanted to look at the scenery in the distance to relieve her visual fatigue. She had just finished grading homework, so she was a bit tired. He didn't expect to see a black figure climbing up the wall when he looked down. Zhao Ma couldn't see it clearly because it was quite far away. Besides, there were a lot of black cats in the world, and this place was quite a distance away from Tsinghua University, so she didn't think that it was her cat. She just felt that it was a little familiar. But in the end, she shook her head and erased the suspicion in her heart. After the class, the boy sitting in the last row by the window opened the window and looked outside. He even stuck his head out to look, but he didn't see anything. He didn't see any cat. "Hey, Fule, why are you opening the window? The sun is glaring." A student who was lying on the table next to him, taking the opportunity to catch up on sleep, shouted. "Oh!" Fule closed the window. After thinking for a while, he tore the empty corner of the newspaper a little bigger. If the cat came to peek at him again, at least he wouldn't only see one eye. That would be too scary. Fule, who had returned to his seat, leaned over the table and looked at the small group in front of him. Everyone in the class knew that the small group was a little special, and the teachers of all subjects took care of them. The other students in the class were envious and jealous. However, Fule felt that it was very boring. He wasn't in the mood to study anyway, and he didn't interact with those students who were specially taken care of. On the other side, Zhang Tan walked back along the wall. This time he was familiar with the road, so he walked a little faster. In fact, if he was bored every day, he could walk around here and familiarize himself with the surroundings. Not only Zhao Yuan but little Pomelo would also be attending junior high school here in the future, and they would probably come here often in the next few years. Speaking of which, there were quite a lot of cats around here. When Zhang Tan came, he met 2 cats. When he went back, he saw 2 more cats standing on the wall with their fur standing up. They weren't the 2 from before. When the 2 cats saw Zhang Tan, one of them seemed to be startled. It lost its balance and slipped. At the same time, the other cat took the opportunity to slap it with its paw, and it fell directly from the wall. After it landed, it glanced at the wall, then ran away. As for the cat that stayed on the wall, it continued to stare at Zhang Tan with its fur standing up. Zhang Tan didn't stop, but continued to walk forward. The cat just made a few warning noises, then jumped off the wall and ran away. Zhang Tan looked at the long and intermittent cat path in front of him. He had a hunch that he would meet more cats on these walls in the future. After dinner that night, Zhao Yuan went out again. He and the others went to the sports field to train. All of them signed up for events, except for the 800-meter and 1,500-meter events, which hadn't been decided yet. Zhao Yuan signed up for the 400-meter and relay events. Especially for the relay event, they had to train their cooperation. They didn't want to throw the baton away when the time came. Zhang Tan and little Pomelo were also watching them train at the side. Sometimes there would be some university students who were training nearby who would talk to them. They would talk about the past and impart some of their experiences. "Black charcoal, let's run," little Pomelo said to Zhang Tan, putting her small cloth bag aside. Zhang Tan didn't mind. It was rare for little Pomelo to have this idea, so he decided to run with her. Affiliated primary school also had sports events, but little Pomelo had never participated in them before. Zhang Tan felt that sports events in primary schools were more perfunctory. They were mainly for entertainment, and parents liked to watch them. This year, little Pomelo didn't participate in any sports events. Oh, it seemed like she participated in the opening ceremony. She wore a silly outfit and held a garland with 2 flowers. Zhao Pa even took a picture of her. Little Pomelo kept the negatives, but little Pomelo stuffed the developed picture into the innermost part of the cabinet. Affiliated primary school sports event was held in Tsinghua University's sports field. There were many students and parents around. On the day of the sports event, little Pomelo only helped to pass water and record. She didn't participate in the running. Before running, little Pomelo did some warm-up exercises. She waited for Zhao Yuan and the others to finish their second lap. Then she followed them. Zhang Tan also followed beside her. Some people saw this scene and were quite surprised. Most people ran with dogs. It was rare to see someone running with a cat. Seeing little Pomelo, Zhao Yuan and the others, who were feeling tired after the second lap, held their breath and sped up. They couldn't be left behind by a primary school girl who was a few years younger than them, right? After the run, they walked back to the courtyard. Zhao Yuan and Suan both advised Xiong Xiong to ask his classmates one by one. If he really couldn't find anyone willing to take on the 1,500-meter race, then Xiong Xiong would have to sacrifice himself. Zhao Yuan knew his limits. He could run the 400 meters, but he couldn't run the 800 meters, let alone the 1,500 meters. It was better for him to go home and sleep. The next day, after sending little Pomelo to affiliated primary school, Zhang Tan went to Zhao Yuan's school again. Today was a leisurely day. Zhang Tan walked and stopped to observe the scenery along the way. He also memorized the names of the surrounding buildings and residential areas. He also memorized the street signs and the 2 buses that were going this way. The buses were always crowded with people. Some old ladies with shopping baskets might not lose to the university students. When Zhang Tan was in the mood, he would squat near a bus stop and watch the old ladies squeeze into the bus. Squeezing on the bus was also a skill. Just now, a skinny old lady had directly squeezed that burly man to the side. That man didn't dare to say anything. He had to respect the old and love the young, right? Today, Zhang Tan didn't meet the big cat or the small cat from yesterday. On the way, there was an unfamiliar fat cat lying on the wall, squinting its eyes and sunbathing. When it saw Zhang Tan walk over, it didn't react. It didn't even bother to move its butt. Zhang Tan jumped over again. He would probably use this method more often in the future. When he came to a fork in the road, there was a small alley. Zhang Tan jumped down from the wall. When he was about to jump to the other side of the wall, his ears suddenly twitched. He looked into the alley. Although this kind of place was indeed a good place to fight, it was broad daylight. Who would be bored enough to fight at this time? Listening closely, Zhang Tan could tell from the noise that the people involved in the fight were probably underage. This place wasn't far from Zhao Yuan's school. Could it be that they were from there? Zhao Yuan's school seemed to be the only school nearby. As for the nearest high school, it was a few stops away by bus. Since he had nothing to do, Zhang Tan decided to go and take a look. Following the sound, Zhang Tan walked into the alley. The alley was relatively narrow, and there probably weren't many people here. Some of the garbage piled up had a strong sour smell. There was also the smell of urine. Bang! A school bag was thrown out from a corner not far in front of Zhang Tan and hit the opposite wall. Other than that, the sound of a fist hitting a body and groaning was very clear. Zhang Tan slowly walked over to the corner and poked his head out to take a look. Yo, isn't this the kid I saw yesterday? There were 3 people at the corner. They were shorter. Zhang Tan saw the guy sitting at the back of Zhao Yuan's class by the window. The other 2 looked like they were either in the 3rd year of middle school or high school. However, the strange thing was that among the 3, the short boy was the only one standing. The other 2 were lying on the ground. One of them was even beaten to tears. When Zhang Tan looked over curiously, the boy standing there also noticed Zhang Tan. After the fight, Fu Lei shook his hands. Other than some scratches on his hands and some aches on his body, he was fine. When he was about to pick up the bag, he saw the black cat standing at the corner looking over. Was it the one from yesterday? Fu Lei sniffled and tidied up his jacket. He picked up the few pens that had fallen on the ground, patted the dust off the bag, and stuffed the pens inside. In the process, he kept glancing at Zhang Tan. Carrying the bag, Fu Lei looked up at the sun and walked out of the alley. When he stood at the fork, he hesitated for a moment. Then he came to the zebra crossing and prepared to cross the road. Zhang Tan was curious. A kid the same age as Zhao Yuan. He didn't look that strong, but how could he be so good at fighting? Also, what was this kid trying to do? The road to school wasn't that way. Was he going to the hospital? On the way, Zhang Tan didn't see any hospitals. However, he saw a few small clinics. Out of curiosity, Zhang Tan followed him across the road since he had nothing to do. Chapter 118. Zhang Tan watched as the child walked into an old residential area. He paused for a moment before following him in. Originally, Zhang Tan only wanted to take a look at the residential area. When he saw the child walk into the building, he didn't follow. Unexpectedly, not long after the child entered the building, he walked out and looked at Zhang Tan. After experiencing some things, Zhang Tan was very sensitive to the good and evil in people's eyes. However, the child standing at the staircase only looked at him expectantly without any malice. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Tan walked over. Seeing the cat following him, Fu Lei smiled and walked into the building. Then he walked up the stairs step by step. In the past, he would run up the stairs in one breath. Now, he took a few steps to see if the cat was following him. Zhang Tan saw the child stop in front of a house on the 4th floor. Then, he took out a key from his bag and opened the door. After entering, he waved at Zhang Tan. Zhang Tan listened to the movements inside. Other than the child, there didn't seem to be anyone else in the house. He lifted his foot and walked in. It was a very ordinary house. It was simple, plain, and the furniture was relatively old. The house was about 50 square meters in total. It was smaller than a Zhao family. Zhang Tan felt a little cramped. There were 2 bedrooms in the house, 2 bedrooms and 1 living room. The child's room was the 2nd bedroom. It looked about the same size as little Pomelo's room. However, it was much messier than little Pomelo's room. There were a few books on the ground. When Zhang Tan walked over, he saw that one of the books had its cover open. The name on it was written Fu Lei. Every stroke was very strong and looked very resolute. However, when these strokes were put together, they looked very different. Just as Zhang Tan was observing Fu Lei's small room, Fu Lei placed a fish head in front of Zhang Tan. This should be yesterday's dish. It was just taken out of the fridge and was still cold. The soup on the fish head was frozen. Zhang Tan looked at the fish head on a piece of draft paper in front of him and turned his head to look elsewhere. Not eating. Fu Lei was very puzzled. If it was the cat from the house next door, it probably wouldn't even wait for the fish head to be placed down before it ran away. Zhang Tan walked around the small room and then jumped onto the desk that was piled with junk. The books were placed messily, but there was an exception. A small dark wooden trophy was placed there. There was no other debris around the trophy, and it was very clean. It was not covered with a layer of dust like the piggy bank next to it. It was obvious that the owner often cleaned it and valued it more. I got this when I was 10 years old. Fu Lei picked up the small trophy and said proudly. When he was happy, the child would talk a lot. Like many people that Zhang Tan had met before, people would lower their guard in front of animals. They would say whatever was on their mind and would not hide it. For children, they would be happy to share some happy and proud things, even if it was just a cat that didn't know anything. From Fu Lei's description, Zhang Tan knew that this child had indeed practiced martial arts, but he came from an unorthodox background. Fu Lei's hometown was in the countryside. When he was young, his parents were busy, so he lived with his grandparents in the countryside. There was a master in the village who knew some martial arts and opened a small martial arts school. The children in the village would go and learn from him. Fu Lei was one of them. Learning martial arts was good for the body, so the elders were happy to do so. And this wooden trophy was carved by Fu Lei's unorthodox master himself. The carving was not bad. The wood was not the best, but it was not the kind that could be casually made. Fu Lei defeated 4 other children who were about his age in an exam and won the trophy. But later, the martial arts school could not continue. The unorthodox master and a few other young people in the village went to the south to work. It was said that they were working as security guards in the south. Every month, they could earn a few thousand yuan. After that, there was no news of them and they never came back. Although there was no one to teach him, Fu Lei still practiced by himself whenever he had time. When he was in the 5th grade, he was brought to the city by his parents. He did not buy a bicycle as his parents were busy and did not have the time. In order to save money, Fu Lei ran back and forth. Just like today, when he was blackmailed by senior students, he had encountered a few times. Every time he would fight to solve it. Sometimes he would win, but sometimes he would lose if there were more opponents. At the same time, Fu Lei left a bad impression on many people. Because of this, many of Fu Lei's elementary school classmates were not willing to come in contact with him. After entering junior high school, some people also spread the news of Fu Lei's deeds. Therefore, even though school had just started not long ago, Fu Lei's label as a bad student had already been firmly fixed. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been directly thrown to the last row by the teacher and turned a blind eye to him, too lazy to discipline him. Fu Lei felt that he was not interested in studying. He thought that when he grew up, he would go to the south to work like his unorthodox master. When he first said these words, Fu Lei was beaten up by his father. The beating was so fierce that he was bedridden for a week. Every time Fu Lei mentioned that he did not want to study, his father would use his fists to settle it. Therefore, Fu Lei did not say it out loud in the end. He just muddled along like this with the mentality of muddling along. Due to the national policy, there was not much difficulty in getting into junior high school. Moreover, his household registration was in this area. His parents used some money to get him into this junior high school, hoping that he could study hard and improve every day. Fu Lei's response to this sentence was to pick his ears. Towards the end, Fu Lei's mood fell again. He felt that going to school was boring. It was better to be carefree in the small wooden dojo. Carefully putting away the wooden trophy, Fu Lei opened the drawer and took out a box of ointment. He applied the ointment on his bruised hand. Zhang Tan looked at the drawer. There were all kinds of ointment. Did Fu Lei's parents buy so many ointment for this child to fight? It was really embarrassing. After applying the ointment, Fu Lei sat on the ground and dragged his bag over. He took out a few pens and looked at them. He threw the ones with broken cases to the side and took out the refills. He could still use them later. While he was using the refills, the door lock rang. There was also the sound of a key opening the door. Fu Lei was shocked. He stuffed all the pens in his hand into his bag and said to Zhang Tan at the same time, "Hide!" Zhang Tan did not know why Fu Lei said that, but he quickly hid under the bed. The next moment, the door opened. A man in his 40s walked in. When he saw Fu Lei, it was as if a dormant volcano suddenly erupted. "Fu Lei, you skipped class again." The man strode over and looked at the ointment beside him. He roared, "You got into a fight again?" Then, Zhang Tan heard the sound of Fu Lei being beaten. It was probably a spanking. This father's temper was really bad. He did not even ask for the reason and started hitting. However, this also showed that Fu Lei often got into fights and even skipped class. "I spent so much money to get you into that school just for you to play truant and fight. If I had not forgotten something at home and came back to get it, I would have let you escape." "Bastard!" Fu Lei's father scolded as he beat him. He rushed back to get something and saw Fu Lei without even drinking water. Now that he had beaten him for a while, he was probably tired. He sat by the bed and panted, but his mouth did not stop. Of all things, studying is the best. If you don't study, are you going to work like me in the factory all day for a meager salary? Nowadays, a doorman in a 5-star restaurant has to know a few foreign languages. Can't you see the motto I wrote for you? As he spoke, Fu Lei's father pointed to a piece of calligraphy that was pasted on Fu Lei's bed. As for Fu Lei's father, although he only went to primary school, he still learned some skills from his teacher. Now, he was working in a factory with that bit of skills. Fu Lei's mother also graduated from primary school, but her education wasn't high. Now, she was working as a salesperson in a small supermarket nearby. The couple suffered because they didn't have any education, so they especially hoped that Fu Lei could continue to study hard. They also used the great man's words, "Study hard and improve every day," as their motto. For this reason, Fu Lei's father specially used a brush to write a piece of paper and placed it on Fu Lei's bed. When he looked at it now, he realized that the piece of paper had been altered by Fu Lei. At this moment, the words pasted on the bed were, "Cowards study hard. Husbands strive to improve." Fu Lei's father was about to scold him when he paused for 2 seconds. He took off his shoe and slapped Fu Lei. Zhang Tan looked from under the bed. He could not see the whole body, only 4 legs. However, from the sound, he could tell that Fu Lei had been beaten up badly by his father. But even so, Fu Lei, this brat, still did not make a sound. Fu Lei's father was probably in a hurry. After a few slaps, he found a piece of paper and wrote a leave request. He signed his name at the back and slammed it on the table. Then he walked out. He used too much strength and the door closed with a loud bang. Zhang Tan crawled out from under the bed and looked at Fu Lei, who was frowning and rubbing his butt. Then, his gaze fell on the piece of paper left by Fu Lei's father. After reading the contents, Zhang Tan did not know whether to laugh or cry. This was a leave request. Even the excuse was written on it. At the back was Fu Lei's father's signature. Zhang Tan did not know what to say about this father and son pair. However, Zhang Tan felt that Fu Lei's father's point of view was a bit extreme. If he knew that 10 years later, there would be a large number of university students who would bring all kinds of certificates to the job fair, selling their labor at a cheap price and leading experts in many fields, how would he feel? However, this society was complicated. In a pyramid-shaped society, there would always be a few people at the top. Of course, Fu Lei's father's words were correct, but not completely correct. It all depended on how Fu Lei would deal with it in the future. Zhang Tan saw that after Fu Lei put away the slip of paper, he calmly packed his bag. He knew that this kind of situation was not rare. This guy was really good at taking a beating. Suddenly, Zhang Tan thought of something. If Fu Lei were to run 1,500 meters, what would happen? This guy ran here and there by himself when he was in elementary school. His physical strength was not bad. He should have good endurance. This would save Zhao Yuan and the others from having to worry about him all day long. The problem now was how to get Fu Lei to agree to run. They were in the same class. Fu Lei should know about the sports meet. No one had signed up for the long-distance race. He also knew about it. What did it mean that he had not signed up until now? Or was there another reason? Forget it. When the time comes, I'll let Zhao Yuan ask him. After staying at Fu Lei's place for a while, Zhang Tan looked at the alarm clock on the table. It was time to go home. Eh? You're leaving? Fu Lei saw the black cat running towards the door. He got up, walked over, and opened the door.